Welcome back, brothers and heretics, to Grimhammer. Tonight we're diving into the lore of the Daemon Prince of the Night Lord's Legion. Before we get to the madness, be sure to like and comment any videos and topics you want to see in the future. Be sure to subscribe for the Emperor or the Dark Gods. And I want to thank you guys for the support. You have been killing it. Now, let's get to the madness.
The Carrion realms did not orbit a star. They drifted in the torn meat of the Empyrean, a wound of black vapor and corpse light where dead worlds turned slowly through tides of unreality. Each planet chained to its own damnation by gravitic anchors, oath iron, and the spite of those who had conquered them. Their skies burned without suns. Their oceans boiled without heat. Their moons wore rings of frozen wreckage, and the flensed remains of void stations dragged from real space across 10,000 years of predation. Among them moved the fleet of Krieg Axibus. It did not sail, it prowled. At the heart of that migratory kingdom of murder came the Throat of Midnight, a warship so vast that lesser raiders sheltered in the shadow of its hull like carrion birds beneath the wings of a hunting god. Its spine was a black cathedral of adamantium and corrupted ceramite. Its flanks were studded with lance batteries, macro cannon mouths, torpedo shrines, docking talons, and armoured growths that pulsed faintly beneath plates of midnight iron. Lightning crawled across its void shields in violet webs. The engines burned with corpse blue fire. Its prow was shaped like a snarling helm, crowned in jagged horns of blackened metal, every surface engraved with Nostraman murder script and the names of worlds that had died screaming. Imperial survivors called it the Throat of Midnight because it swallowed cities, regiments, fleets, and prayers. The ship's true name was Older, spoken only in the dead tongue of Nostramo, by warriors who had never forgiven the galaxy for outliving their home. Within its launch bays hung banners made from human skin, stretched across brass frames, inked with blood, ash, and devotional curses. Flayed officers swayed from the ceiling chains above Thunderhawks and Dreadclaw assault pods. Their mouths had been wired open so that when the hangar winds moved through them, they whistled like cracked flutes. Servitors dragged ammunition carts through puddles of engine oil and blood. Armory thralls carried bolter magazines, missile racks, plasma coils, and power cell caskets on bowed backs, while overseers whipped them forward with shock prods and serrated chain lashes. The Vox shrines never fell silent. They screamed in Nostraman, sometimes in prayer, sometimes in prophecy, sometimes in recordings taken from dying worlds. A cathedral choir of tortured machinery filled every deck. Bronze speakers shaped like open mouths spat static, laughter, battle orders, threats, and the final moments of men who had begged the Emperor to save them. The ship remembered every plea and played them back as liturgy. In the slave holds below the gun decks, millions existed without daylight, without names, without hope. Chained manufactorum clans slept in stacked cages between shifts loading shells larger than hab blocks into the ship's belly guns. Penal converts from broken imperial worlds sharpened bayonets they would never live long enough to use twice. Corpse workers rendered dead slaves into nutrient paste for the living, and the living ate in silence, knowing their turn would come soon enough. Serf gangs with Nostraman blood marked their faces in white ash and cut loyalty runes into their palms before killing one another over boots, knives, and scraps of spoiled meat. Further below, in vaults warded by iron scripture and the skins of failed sorcerers, demon engines dreamed in chains. Defilers crouched like obscene insects in containment cradles. Helldrake larvae of metal and warp flesh snapped at the handlers who fed them prisoners. Hellbrutes screamed inside coffin sarcophagi, old warriors trapped in eternal madness, their limbs locked into weapon mounts, their voices hoarse from centuries of rage. The ship's machine spirit hated them all, and was hated in return. In the astropathic oubliettes, the blind were kept alive because death would have been mercy. Their eyes had been removed long ago, though most still tried to weep. Silver nails pinned their skulls into receiver thrones. Cables ran through their spines. Their tongues had been split and stitched with copper wire, so they could sing in agony when the warp pressed close. They tasted futures as pain. They spoke prophecies in seizures. They vomited blood when Krieg Akabus turned his attention toward them from elsewhere in the ship. One of them had screamed the name Sanctus Malvora for 6 days before his lungs burst. That had amused the Axemaster. The Strategium of the Throat of Midnight had once been a naval command sanctum of the Imperium, built in an age when its masters still pretended that reason could govern the stars. Now it was a chamber of black glass, bone pillars, flickering hololiths, and trophies. The vaulted ceiling vanished into darkness above hanging censers filled with powdered bone. The deck was a map of old conquests, etched in silver, each world marked by a ruby set where its capital had burned. Around the central hololithic pit stood the lords of the warband, each one a murderer dressed in the remnants of a demigod. They wore midnight clad. Not the noble blue of loyalist heraldry, not the clean plate of parade ground angels, but the bruised blue of a corpse under starlight. Their armor bore lightning strikes in jagged bone white. Their helms were wrought into snarls, skulls, bat wings, and demon visages. They wore flayed faces from their belts, finger bones as oath counters, purity seals stolen from dead loyalists and rewritten as blasphemies. Some carried chain blades, some bore lightning claws, some leaned on power axes, chain glaives, or combi bolters older than the Imperium's current saints. All of them watched the hololithic projection of the Gethsemane subsector as if it were prey. Claws stood apart from claws. Brother did not stand too near brother unless he trusted the angle of the other's blade. Raptor lords waited in the shadows above, talons embedded in the walls, jump packs clicking and growling like caged animals. Terminator captains loomed like walking bunkers beneath trophy racks of loyalist helms. Sorcerers in cracked plate whispered to skulls whose jaws moved without lungs. Mortal admirals in gilded void coats stood farther back, pale and sweating, their necks fitted with explosive collars to remind them of rank. No one spoke loudly, not aboard this ship, not in this chamber. The doors opened without warning. Cold entered first. It came as a pressure change, as the taste of iron in the mouth, as a sudden stutter in the hololith's light. The mortal officers dropped to their knees before they knew they were doing it. The slave scribes pressed their faces to the floor. Even some of the Night Lords turned their helms a fraction, not in reverence, but in calculation. Then Krieg Akabus descended into the Strategium. He was not tall, as mortals understood height. He was not large, as space marines understood size. He was a catastrophe given limbs, a shape that made the chamber seem smaller. Horns rose from the ruin of his helm and skull, black at the roots and pale at the tips, engraved with screaming faces too small to be carved by human hands. Wings of torn midnight membrane folded behind him, their edges hooked with bone spurs and scraps of chainmail. His armor was fused to him, ancient legion plates swollen and transformed by the warp, its ceramite plates layered over demon flesh, its lightning motifs crawling with real stormfire. His mouth was visible beneath the lower rim of his helm. There, through the warp's reshaping, the scars remained. Old rings had once pierced the flesh, tribal marks from a life before the Legion, before Curse, before demonhood. The rings were gone, but the scars endured as pale torn circles across his lips and jaw, preserved by spite. They made his mouth look stitched shut by memory. In his right hand he carried the axe. It was too large for even a legionary. Its haft was black iron banded in brass and bone. Its blade was a crescent of dark metal, wider than a mortal shield, its edge wrapped in a power field that growled and spat like a thunderstorm trapped inside a cage. Warp fire crawled along the cutting surface. The weapon did not hum like lesser power blades. It snarled. It wanted. Asubus walked past the kneeling mortals without looking at them. One slave scribe sobbed once. The Axemaster stopped. The chamber stopped with him. He turned his head slightly. The slave's body lifted from the floor, as if hooked by invisible chains. The man's eyes burst first, wetly, running down his cheeks in red strings. His jaw dislocated. His ribs cracked inward one by one, each snap sharp in the silence. No spell was spoken, no gesture made. Asubus merely watched until the slave folded around his own collapsing bones and dropped dead upon the silver map of a world that no longer existed. Only then did the demon prince continue to the hololithic pit. "Report," he said. His voice was not loud. It did not need to be. It rolled through armor seals and mortal teeth alike, a layered sound of old Legion command, demon hunger, and something colder beneath both. Lord Varrock of the Bleeding Choir bowed his horned helm. Cables trailed from his gorget into a servo skull made from an astropath's head. "The blind ones have broken, Lord. 6 choirs dead, 3 usable. One still speaks of the cathedral hive beneath Sanctus Malvora. He names a vault under the cardinal throne. Does he name the relic? He names a crown, a shadow crown, a father's crown. His tongue splits every time he tries to say more." Several Night Lords shifted at that. The Corona Nox was not spoken lightly among the sons of Curse. It was more than a crown, more than a relic, more than a bauble of command. It was the wound that had never healed. It was the symbol that had passed through treachery, prophecy, arrogance, and failure. Zo Sahal had claimed it. Krieg Akabus had desired it. Others had whispered that neither had understood what Curse had left behind, because the Night Haunter had never given gifts without poison hidden in the wrapping. Akabus stared into the hololith. The Gethsemane subsector shimmered in red and blue light. Shrine worlds, forge moons, fortress hives, orbital tithe stations, agri-moons with weather cages, munition belts, naval docks, a cardinal fortress world burning with imperial faith and defended like a saint's tomb. Sanctus Malvora turned at the center of the projection, a world wrapped in void shields, cathedral spires, defense lasers, bastion continents, pilgrim cities, and graveyards large enough to be seen from orbit. Its population numbered in the billions, its armies numbered in the billions. Trench hosts of the Astra Militarum lined its equatorial killing fields. Planetary defense legions held fortress hives with artillery columns, armored companies, and mass conscript phalanxes. Skitari maniples guarded the forge moons in silence beneath red robes and rad weapon halos. Naval squadrons nested in the orbital docks. Macro cannon bastions watched the approaches, void shields layered over holy cities like glass prayers. And somewhere within its cathedral hive, beneath a mountain of relic bones and priestly lies, a fractured prophecy waited. Captain Nethrak of the Carrion Talons clicked his lightning claws together. We should fall from the night before they raise full shields. Dreadclaws into the upper spires. Raptors through the bell towers. Kill the cardinals first. Leave the officers alive long enough to hear them die. Child's work, said Malkarian Voss, master of the 8th Moor's mortal hosts. His helm was fashioned as a skull with bronze teeth. The world is too defended for a single terror strike. We drown them, slave regiments by the million, cult infantry in the ash zones, penal armor in the breach lanes. Let the corpse worshippers waste shells on meat while our claws take the command arteries. A Terminator lord named Garadon gave a low laugh through his Vox grill. You would spend 6 million slaves to open a side gate. 6 million slaves can be replaced. Bolter shells cannot. That earned a ripple of amusement, dry and ugly. A mortal admiral swallowed too loudly. My lord, if I may, the orbital ring is dense with lance arrays. A direct assault will cost us cruisers. The outer stations could be lured into dispersal if we seed false refugee traffic from the neighbouring systems. No one killed him for speaking. That meant the suggestion had value. Asabus kept watching the world. More voices followed. Sabotage, murder cycles, Vox infection, astropathic poisoning, false saint sightings, cult uprisings in the underhives, assassination of naval command, demon engines unleashed against the pilgrim roads. One by one, the captains offered knives and fires, each believing his own cruelty to be wisdom. Then Captain Seracon spoke. He was old. That was why he still lived. His armor bore kill marks from the heresy, and his helm was crowned with the winged skull of Nostramo. There are other sons of the 8th in the region, lesser warbands, but useful. We should negotiate before we commit. Promise them spoils. Promise them prisoners. Promise them a place beneath your banner when the relic is found. The silence that followed was deeper than fear. Acabus turned from the hololith. Negotiate, he said. Seracon held his ground. To his credit, he did not step back. They are our blood. They are carrion with bolters. They are still sons of curs. The axe moved. It was not a swing in any mortal sense. It was simply there. Then it had passed through him. The power field shrieked. Midnight ceramite opened from shoulder to hip. Seracon's helm split first, one red eye lens bursting outward in a spray of glass and black fluid. His ribcage came apart in white shards. Both hearts detonated beneath the force of the blow, painting the nearest hololithic projector in steaming red. Reactor cabling snapped and lashed like dying serpents. His backpack ruptured, venting hot gas and sparks as the two halves of him collapsed in opposite directions. For a heartbeat, the chamber knew only the wet patter of transhuman organs hitting the strategium floor. Acabus rested the axe head against the deck. Blood crawled away from its edge, as if afraid to remain upon it. Blood, he said softly, is not loyalty. No one answered. He looked from helm to helm, from claw lord to sorcerer, from mortal admiral to raptor beast crouched in the rafters. His gaze lingered nowhere for long, and yet every warrior felt weighed, measured, and found temporarily useful. You will not ask jackals to share a carcass before the lion has fed. You will not promise my spoils to carrion brothers. You will not mistake ancestry for obedience. The 8th Legion died with our father. What remains are teeth in the dark. I have gathered the largest jaw among them, and I will not ask permission to bite. The words settled into them like hooks. Acabus was not like the frothing champions of the blood god who charged because thought had been burned out of them. He did not howl prayers to the warp or drown command beneath rage. His cruelty had patience. His anger had architecture. He rewarded the captain who found an unguarded gate the slave who loaded a shell correctly, the admiral who preserved a cruiser through skill rather than luck. Competence was permitted to live. Mercy was not. The dead captain's gene seed would be cut out later if it had not cooked in the ruin of his body. His armor would be stripped. His name would be removed from the ship's kill rolls. His surviving claw would be divided between rivals and watched for resentment. Acerbus wasted nothing but hope. He turned back to Sanctus Malvora. "No invasion," he said. Several captains looked up. Acerbus continued. "Not yet." The hololith flickered. A data stream opened around the world, showing shipping lanes, refugee corridors, astropathic relay points, pilgrim routes, military convoys, orbital fortress patterns, noospheric defense nets, and the slow rotation of shrine moons. First, the blind choirs. Break them wider. Let them scream into the warp until every sanctioned witch in Gethsemane tastes blood in his sleep. I want astropathic warnings that contradict one another. I want saints seen walking in burning fields. I want dead commanders giving orders through loyal vox. Lord Varrock bowed. It will cost the remaining choirs. Then let them purchase usefulness with pain. The demon prince pointed with the axe, and the hololith marked the refugee routes. Allow ships to escape from the outer worlds once we begin the first raids. Not all. Enough. Fill them with survivors who have seen what we are. Stitch warnings into their flesh. Wire-picked recorders behind their eyes. Let them run to Sanctus Malvora, begging for shelter. Malkarian's helm tilted. The defenders may destroy them before docking. Then the defenders will murder their own frightened pilgrims while we watch. Either way, fear enters the system. A few of the Night Lords laughed at that because it was elegant in the way of a blade sliding beneath a gorget seal. The Vox networks, Acerbus said. I want them taken before the first claw lands. Not silenced. Never silenced. A silent world hopes. A screaming world understands. Broadcast the deaths of the outer stations. Broadcast the prayers of men who learn the Emperor does not answer quickly enough. Broadcast the sound of cities dying before our ships enter orbit. The mortal admiral bowed until his forehead touched the bloody deck. By your will, Lord. By my will, you continue breathing. The admiral trembled but did not speak again. Acerbus studied the world one last time. In the hololith, Sanctus Malvora shone like a jewel set in the skull of the Imperium. Its cathedrals pierced the clouds. Its bastions ringed the continents. Its armies drilled beneath banners of the corpse emperor. Priests preached endurance. Generals counted guns. Space Marines prepared oaths. Tech priests blessed targeting spirits with incense and machine code. Billions believed walls, faith, and numbers could save them. The Axemaster smiled. It was a small expression, almost human. That made it worse. They will not die when we arrive, Krieg Acerbus said. They will die before we arrive. They will spend their final hours understanding that hope was only another nerve to cut. Before he was the Axemaster, before wings of midnight membrane unfolded from his back, before the warp took his name and carved it into the hunger of demons, Krieg Acerbus had been a boy of blood, iron, and dark stone. He had been born beneath a sky that knew no mercy. The world of his youth was not Nostramo, though Nostramo's shadow had reached him through bloodline, speech, and custom. His people carried fragments of that dead world in their mouths and knives. They spoke a degraded cant of Nostraman in the tents of the ash wastes and in the black halls carved beneath the mountains. They taught their sons that fear was not shameful. Fear was sense. Fear was the body understanding the truth before the mind had time to lie. Acerbus learned this young. his tribe did not crown its hunters with gold. It marked them with pain. Boys who survived their first kill were dragged before the elders at the turning of the cold season, stripped to the waist, and made to kneel in a circle of rusted blades. No prayer was spoken, no blessing given. The tribe had little use for gods then. Gods were only distant predators with larger mouths. The elder who marked Agabus had hands like root and iron. He heated the rings in a coal brazier until they glowed a sullen red, then hooked them through the flesh around the boy's mouth one by one. The first pierced the lower lip. The second tore through the right side of the jaw. The third bit deep into the left cheek. Agabus did not scream. His blood ran down his chin and steamed in the freezing air. The watching men waited for him to break, because every boy broke in some small way. A whimper, a flinch, a tear, a plea swallowed too late. Asubus only looked at the elder. When the fourth ring went in, the old man smiled with stained teeth. This one has a gate of iron. The tribe remembered that. Asubus remembered the smell of cooked flesh, the heat against his tongue, the taste of copper, and the silence that followed his refusal to scream. He wore the rings until the legion took him. They were pulled from him when his body was remade, but the scars remained, pale circles carved into the meat around his mouth. Later, when his bones thickened and his hearts multiplied, when black carapace was grown beneath his skin and the organs of a transhuman killer were installed within him, the scars did not fade. Later still, when the warp made him something worse than living, they remained. Demon flesh closed over wounds older than empires, but those marks endured. Some scars were stronger than immortality. The legion came as judgment from the stars. They arrived in ships like nightfall-given engines, their hulls black against the sky, their descent announced not by trumpets, but by screaming Vox transmissions stolen from cities they had broken elsewhere. The officials who came with the expedition spoke of unity, compliance, the Emperor's truth, and mankind's rightful dominion among the stars. Their words were polished, ceremonial, and hollow. They promised order through law, peace through reason, enlightenment through the destruction of superstition. Then the 8th Legion showed what compliance meant when patience failed. They did not conquer like the other legions. The sons of Horus crushed command structures. The Imperial fists built walls around victory. The Ultramarines made worlds into instruments. The World Eaters drowned resistance in blood until no living throat remained to defy them. The Night Lords taught fear until civilizations chose obedience over another lesson. Acerbus saw them take a rebel city without laying siege to it. They murdered its rulers in the first hour, not in secret, but on every public Vox channel. They lowered the bodies from the governor's palace, on chains, each corpse wired with speakers that repeated its final confession in a wet loop. They nailed magistrates to the walls of courthouses and left the doors open. They hunted officers through their own barracks while the barracks' lights flickered in time with their screams. They selected one district, only one, and turned it into a scripture of consequences. By dawn, the remaining districts had opened their gates. The imperial remembrancers called it regrettable necessity. The iterators called it a harsh road to lasting peace. The legionaries called it efficient. Agabus called it truth. When the gene surgeons took him, he fought the restraints until 3 orderlies were dead and a 4th had lost an eye. The apothecaries noted the aggression, the mass, the pain tolerance, and the refusal to submit even under chemical paralysis. The implantation trials killed many of the boys taken with him. Some drowned in their own swollen organs. Some rejected the gene seed and thrashed until their bones split through their skin. Some begged for mothers whose names were erased from the records. Agabus survived. He emerged from the process larger than most initiates, broad even before the final layers of muscle and bone settled into their killing shape. His strength pleased the drill masters. His silence pleased them more. In the training pits, he learned the chain blade, the bolter, the knife, the strangling wire, the terror drop, the night assault, the ritual of striking not where the foe was strongest, but where the foe believed himself safest. He learned to move through cities like a curse passing from window to window. He learned to read panic in the angle of a crowd. He learned that a commander who watched his family die on a public feed would make errors no artillery barrage could force from him. Yet Agabus was never entirely like his brothers. Many Night Lords preferred the perfect imbalance. They loved the broken corridor, the dead lights, the victim isolated from squad, command, and hope. They loved enemies who had already begun to imagine their own deaths. They understood, better than any warriors of the Great Crusade, that courage had limits and that morale was only a wall built from meat. Agabus loved those things too, but he also loved the breach. He loved the moment when the gate blew inward, when Lasfire stitched the smoke, when the enemy still believed strength could matter. He would stride where others would flank. He would advance into fire not from nobility, not from honor, not from some delusion of martial purity, but because there was a special kind of fear born in men who watched the monster walk toward them and fail to fall. His brothers mocked him for it at first. "Do you think yourself a son of Russ?" one had asked after a training kill, his helm tucked beneath his arm, a strip of skin from a defeated aspirant hanging from his fist. Agabus had looked down at him. Even then, he was taller than many full legionaries. "No," he said, "wolves posture before they bite. I prefer men to see the axe coming." The name came later, on a world whose true designation was buried beneath compliance records and ash. The rebels had built a fortress into the side of a basalt mountain, a black wedge of guns, shield generators, command bunkers, and kill corridors. They had rejected 5 surrender demands. They had executed imperial envoys and sent the bodies back without hands. They had taken pride in their defiance because pride was the last narcotic of doomed men. The Night Lords made an example of the cities below first. They dropped corpse displays from low orbit until the fortress defenders could see the bodies swinging over every avenue. They looped the screams of captured officers through the mountain vox. They sent servitors crawling through drainage tunnels with picked feeds of flayed kin nailed to steel racks. The rebel morale bent, but did not break. So Agabus asked permission to walk through the breach. His captain laughed. "You asked to die loudly." "I asked to be seen," Agabus said. The breach opened under concentrated fire from Legion artillery. The mountain shook. The fortress answered with lascannons, autocannons, missile batteries, and ranks of heavy stubbers that filled the smoke with red lines. The first wave of mortal auxilia vanished in pieces before reaching the broken gate. Their bodies carpeted the approach, steaming in the cold air, limbs twitching where nerve impulse outlived identity. Then Agabus entered the kill ground. He wore midnight plate marked by lightning. In his hands was a power axe taken from the Legion armory, its head broad and brutal, its field snapping blue-white through smoke and dust. Bolter rounds burst around him. Lasfire scorched his breastplate. A missile struck close enough to throw shards of rock through his pauldron. He staggered once, armor torn open at the thigh, black blood running down ceramite. He kept walking. The rebels saw him. That was the point. They poured fire into him until his left pauldron was cratered, until one helm lens cracked, until blood slicked the inside of his gauntlet. Behind him, the rest of his claw used his advance as a moving breach marker, slipping through smoke and corpses, picking targets with cruel precision. But the defenders did not watch them. They watched Asubus. He climbed over the shattered gate while heavy fire chewed sparks from his armor. A rebel with a melter charge ran at him screaming. Asubus caught the man by the throat and crushed his neck until the charge dropped harmlessly into the mud. He hurled the corpse into another squad hard enough to break 3 men beneath it. A gun servitor turned its cannon toward him. He split it down the center, machine oil and brain matter spilling together over the deck. Inside the fortress, he became a dark certainty. He cut through the command bunker doors after his ammunition ran dry. The axe screamed against adamantium. The hinges burst. The last rebel warlord sat on a throne made from ammunition crates and oath flags, pistols shaking in one hand, sword in the other. He tried to speak. Perhaps he meant to curse the emperor. Perhaps he meant to defy the legion. Perhaps he meant to beg. Acerbus ended the mystery with one two-handed stroke. The axe took the warlord through collarbone, lungs, spine, and throne. The body did not fall. It remained embedded in the broken seat, cut open around the blade path, steam rising from the wound in a red mist. When Asubus dragged the weapon free, half the corpse slumped one way and half the other. The fortress surrendered within the hour. Afterward, his captain looked at the ruin and said, "Axemaster." The name clung. Names mattered in the 8th Legion, though few admitted it. Titles were hooks in memory. They were weapons, warnings, claims. Zio Sahal understood that better than most. The Talon Master carried himself as if the Legion's future had already been inscribed in his shadow. His authority was clean, cutting, and cold. He valued symbols because symbols outlived bodies. He valued command because command turned murder into legacy. Acerbus disliked him from the beginning. Sahal spoke of inheritance. Acerbus spoke of possession. They argued often, never with raised voices. Raised voices were for those who had already lost control. Sahal's words were precise as talons, each one placed to draw blood without heat. "You mistake appetite for purpose," Sahal said once in the aftermath of a compliance. Below the observation deck, a city burned in orderly districts, each fire plotted by Legion terrormasters to maximize panic without destroying infrastructure. Acerbus stood beside him, helmet held under one arm, the mouth ring scars stark against his face. "And you mistake purpose for permission. The Legion is not a pack of murderers." Acerbus looked at the burning city. "No, we are murderers with a father." Sahal's eyes narrowed. "Careful. With what? Truth?" Acerbus smiled then, and the scars twisted around his mouth. "You love the symbols because you think they will make us more than what we are. Talon Master, heir, crown bearer, fine words, fine chains. And what would you have us be? What we were made to be? Fear is a tool." "No," Asubus said. "Fear is the only thing they remember after the tool is gone." Over them all hung Conrad Kurz. The Night Haunter was not loved as other Primarchs were loved. Not by Asubus, not gently. Not with songs or brotherly devotion, or the sentimental lies that weaker sons told themselves about their fathers. Kurz was a wound in the shape of a demigod. He was prophecy, judgment, madness, and murder wearing the face of a murdered world. He moved through the Legion like a blade glimpsed in darkness. His sons feared him, revered him, hated him, imitated him, and spent their lives failing to understand him. Asubus watched him whenever he could. To Asubus, Kurz was not tragedy. Kurz was proof. Proof that law without fear was weakness. Proof that mankind obeyed only when horror stood close enough to breathe upon its neck. Proof that justice was merely vengeance with witnesses. When Kurz punished, Asubus learned. When Kurz spoke of guilt, Asubus heard hunger. When Kurz walked among the flensed and the condemned, Asubus saw not madness, but revelation. The Chiroptera gathered in those days as the chosen of the Night Haunter, captains and commanders drawn close to the Primarch's shadow. Asubus stood among them, not as the most subtle, nor the most beloved, nor the most politically gifted. He stood there because he was ancient in service, terrible in battle, and impossible to dismiss. His axe had opened too many strongholds. His name had ended too many rebellions before the first drop pod fell. His presence gave weight to any council, because even those who despised him knew he had earned his place with blood. The Legion's wars became lessons in applied terror. Corpse displays were lowered from orbit over capital squares at dawn. Vox shrines screamed in the voices of the newly dead. Skinning pits operated beside command bunkers so prisoners could hear what awaited their officers. Precision strikes killed watermasters, void shield adepts, medici chiefs, choir leaders, and children of ruling houses before armies ever met in formation. Panic moved faster than aircraft. Rumor breached walls before melter charges. Civilians clogged military roads. Desperate governors issued contradictory orders, and entire garrisons surrendered because the Night Lords had made imagination more painful than defeat. They did not waste terror, they engineered it. But in Asubus, the lesson curdled. Others measured fear by what it achieved. A gate opened, a fleet surrendered, a governor knelt, a system complied. Asubus began to measure victory by the fear itself. He remembered the silence of his tribe when the rings pierced his mouth. He remembered the fortress guns turning toward him as he crossed the breach. He remembered the way men looked when they realized the thing coming for them could not be reasoned with, could not be bribed, could not be stopped by faith or walls or love. That instant became sacred to him. Not compliance, not stability, not empire, the instant, the pure and private collapse of hope. So when Kurz gathered his chosen beneath the shadowed vaults of his fortress and spoke of endings in a voice like a knife dragged across bone, Asubus listened with the others. Around him stood captains, killers, heirs, rivals, and sons. Sahal was there, bright with restrained certainty. Others watched the Primarch with grief hidden behind helms. Some watched with confusion, some with dread. Asubus watched with hunger. Kurzi spoke, and the Legion held its breath. The Axemaster looked upon his father and, for the first time, imagined the night after the Night Haunter was gone. Tsagwalsa was a world made to remember pain. It hung in the void like a corpse left unburied. Its continents veined with black rivers, and its mountains rising like broken teeth through a sky the color of old bruises. No sun ever seemed to warm it. Light reached the surface as a thin, resentful smear, filtered through ash clouds and storm fronts that rolled endlessly across the horizon. The air tasted of metal, dust, and old blood. Even the wind moved like something afraid to make noise. Upon that world, Konrad Kurza had built his last palace. It was not a fortress in the way the Imperial fists would have made a fortress. It was not a bastion of clean angles, overlapping kill zones, and disciplined permanence. It was a wound given architecture. Its towers leaned like executioners over the plains. Its walls were black stone, ceramite, and stretched human skin preserved by chemical rites, until the faces remained visible, mouths open, eyes sewn wide, as if the dead had been forced to watch eternity approach. Galleries of bone ran between audience chambers. Vertebrae formed archways. Rib cages hung as chandeliers. In the murder theatres, ancient mechanisms still raised and lowered racks, hooks, and blades, though no audience applauded anymore. The palace stank, not with rot. Rot would have been honest. It stank of preservation oils, burnt incense, cold iron, dried blood, and the musk of transhuman predators who had spent too long in the dark. The trophies did not decay. Kurz had never cared for mercy, even from time. Night Lords walked softly inside those halls. That was the first truth of Tsagwalsa. The sons of the Night Haunter, killers who could laugh over a burning city, warriors who could skin officers alive over an open Vox channel and discuss ammunition tallies, while the screams peaked, lowered their voices in their father's house. They did not do so from discipline. They did so because the palace listened. Every corridor seemed to hold some fragment of Kurz's attention. Every shadow looked as if it might unfold into black claws and judgment. Krieg Atzibus stood among them, armoured in midnight plate, his power axe mag locked across his back. His helm rested beneath one arm. The old mouth scars marked his face like pale rings around a predator's muzzle. He was not yet the horned thing he would become. No demon wings rose from his shoulders. No warp fire crawled beneath his armour. He was still a legionary lord of flesh, gene-wrought muscle, fused bone, black carapace, and hate. Even then, others made space for him, not out of affection. The 8th Legion had little of that left, if it had ever possessed any worth naming. They moved aside because the Axemaster had weight, because his name had opened fortresses, because he stood in the Chiroptera, among the chosen captains of the Night Haunter, because there were some warriors in the Legion whom even rivals did not insult without first measuring the distance to their own blade. Zio Sahal stood across the chamber, helmed, still, immaculate in the way a knife was immaculate when wiped clean after murder. The Talon Master did not fidget, he did not posture. His authority sat upon him like a second suit of armour. He carried the confidence of a warrior who believed hierarchy, office, and symbols were not ornaments, but laws. He had always believed too strongly in laws, Akabus thought, even when dressed in the colours of a legion built from their violation. Between them waited the throne. Kurz sat upon it like a corpse that had not yet been informed of death. The Primarch was gaunt beyond mortal ugliness, a towering thing of black hair, white skin, and eyes that held too many endings. He seemed less made than carved from prophecy and malice. Shadows clung to him as if they had learned obedience. His armour was a jagged ruin of night and bronze, scratched, scarred, and bearing the weight of wars that had broken systems. Around him hung silence. It did not feel empty. It felt full. A silence packed with screams waiting for permission. When he spoke, no one interrupted. "My sons," Kurz said, and the words scraped through the chamber like claws across stone. "The Imperium comes for me." No one moved. Akabus watched the faces of those who had removed their helms. Some hardened. Some twitched. Some looked away before they could stop themselves. These were warriors who had stood against Xenos monstrosities, loyalist legions, orbital fire, and the madness of the warp. Yet their father's certainty unmade them more completely than any enemy gunline. Kurz's mouth twisted. Perhaps it was a smile. perhaps merely another wound. Not with armies, not with fleet fire, not with a Primarch's blade. They send one knife in the dark, and I will let it reach my throat. The chamber became colder. A captain near Akabus made a sound that might have been denial. It died quickly when Kurz looked at him. "Father," Sahal said. His voice remained controlled, but control was not calm. It was a hand clamped over a bleeding artery. "Command us. Name the target. Name the path. No assassin reaches you while we draw breath." Kurz looked at him with something like pity, and Asabus hated the sight of it. "You still think this is a battle to be won? It is your life. It is my judgment." There it was. The word that hung over every flayed world, every broken rebellion, every night raid and terror spectacle the Legion had ever made. Judgment. Kurz used it the way priests use divinity, as both explanation and blade. The Imperium called him monster. His sons called him father. Kurz had called himself inevitable. Now he spoke of death as if it were a sentence he had pronounced upon himself long before any assassin had been born. Akabus stepped forward. Several helms turned. Sahal's did not. Kurz's eyes did. "If you choose death," Acerbus said, "then choose what survives you." Sahal's head shifted at last. "Mind your tongue." Acerbus ignored him. His gaze remained on the Primarch. "The Legion will not remain whole on sentiment. Your captains will fracture. Your sons will eat one another for scraps of certainty. Name an heir. Name the hand that carries your terror onward." There were those who stared at him in disgust. Others stared because he had said what they had only dared to think. Ambition was not rare in the 8th Legion. Honesty about it was. Kurz leaned forward. The shadows leaned with him. "You hunger, Asabus. I understand what hunger is for. And what would you devour first if I gave you my sons? The weakness that asks permission to be strong." A sound came from Sahal then, soft and sharp through his helm grill. Not laughter, contempt. "You would reduce the Legion to a pack," Sahal said. "A kingdom of butcher chiefs and trophy takers." Akabus turned his head. "And you would crown yourself with words. With duty. With office. With legitimacy. With a relic," Asabus said. The word struck harder than a blade. The Corona Nox was not in the chamber, yet its absence had mass. Every warrior there felt it. Kurz's crown, Kurz's symbol, Kurz's judgment made metal, if one believed the whispers. Sahal's claim to it was already forming around him like armor, though none yet knew how deeply that claim would poison the future. Sahal stepped closer. "The Legion requires continuity. The Legion requires fear. Fear serves rule." Akabus showed his teeth. The scars around his mouth tightened. "No. Rule is what lesser men build because they cannot bear the purity of fear without walls around it. You speak like a beast. I speak like a son who listened." Sahal's gauntlet twitched near his weapon. Kurz taught justice through terror. Kurz taught that terror is the only justice mankind understands. "And when the worlds are terrified," Sahal asked, "what then?" "Then they are truthful." Kurz watched them as if they were both children, dissecting a corpse and arguing over which organ had contained the soul. For a moment, Akabus thought the Primarch would laugh. Instead, Kurz closed his eyes. "You are all wrong," he said. No one answered. "And that is why you are mine." The alarms came later. Not at first. At first, there was only waiting. A palace full of demigods waited for a single knife. The absurdity of it gnawed through every warrior. Night Lords were not made for helplessness. They were made to inflict it. They knew how to poison a garrison's dreams, how to hang a city's children from its own defense towers, how to make generals soil themselves before surrender negotiations began. They knew how to stalk, surround, dismantle, and punish. They did not know how to stand idle while their father invited death inside. The Calidus came as shadow, as stolen skin, as the failure of certainty. A door alarm died before it finished sounding. A corridor picked feed showed nothing but static and one brief smear of movement. Somewhere deep within the palace, a legionary's vox clicked open and transmitted only wet breathing before cutting out. Servitors turned in circles, unable to identify what had passed them. A mortal slave ran screaming through a trophy hall, pointing behind him with both hands, though nothing followed that eyes could see. Then came the sound. Not a scream, not thunder, not the crash of battle. A sigh through the palace, as if the walls themselves had exhaled. The Night Haunter was dead. For several heartbeats, the 8th Legion did nothing. That was the second truth of Tsagualsa. Grief did not come first. Rage did not come first. Vengeance did not come first. Silence came first. It swallowed the palace whole. Warriors who had butchered populations stood motionless. Captains who had ordered worlds flayed into compliance stared at closed doors and dead-picked screens. Even Asubus did not move. Something impossible had happened, though they had been told it would happen. Prophecy had not softened the blow. Permission had not made the wound clean. Their father had chosen death, and the choice damned them more completely than any assassin's blade. Then the silence broke. A raptor shrieked from the upper galleries and launched himself, through a hanging curtain of preserved flesh, shredding it in his claws as his jump pack ignited. A captain slammed his fist through a bone pillar, reducing skulls to powder. Another opened fire into the ceiling until masonry rained down. Vox channels filled with overlapping voices, curses, orders, denials, threats, Nostraman oaths, and the static howl of warriors demanding targets. Acabus moved with the first wave toward the inner sanctum. The corridors became chaos. Night Lords ran, not with disciplined formation, but with the animal fury of sons who had forgotten whether they sought vengeance, proof, or something to kill because killing was the only language left to them. They found dead guards, dead slaves, dead servitors, bodies carved with surgical speed. They found blood on black stone. They found open locks and disturbed reliquaries. They found absence. That was when rage sharpened into greed. Kurz was dead, and parts of his legacy were gone. Relics had been taken, trophies disturbed, secrets removed from chambers that had once seemed untouchable because their owner still breathed nearby. The assassin had not merely killed the Night Haunter. The assassin had stolen from his corpse. The realization spread faster than command. Acabus stood at the threshold of one of the inner halls, staring at a plinth where dust marked the shape of something that should have remained. Around him, warriors argued, shoved, threatened, and snarled. Sahal was already moving with purpose, his commands cutting across the Voxnet, demanding pursuit vectors, launch readiness, sealed gates, airspace locks. Axabus did not speak. His gauntlet closed around the edge of the empty plinth until the stone cracked. The father's death should have been sacred, a wound, a revelation, a curse. Instead, in the first moments after it, the Legion saw what had been taken and understood that inheritance had become a race. The 8th Legion began to fracture before Kurz's blood had cooled. Thunderhawks launched from the palace bays into a sky torn by storm and engine fire. Their ramps sealed over squads of midnight killers, their hulls rattling with the impact of warriors not yet locked into restraint harnesses. Dreadclaw assault craft screamed upward on trails of burning fuel. Raptors hurled themselves from tower heights, jump packs igniting as they plunged through curtains of ash. Vox officers shouted over one another, tracking impossible signatures, false transponder ghosts, scattered life signs, and the assassin's probable extraction routes. Above Tsagualsa, the fleet came alive. Warships that had waited in mourning posture turned their guns toward escape vectors. Cruiser prows swung through the void. Lance batteries charged. Torpedo tubes opened like the mouths of deep sea beasts. Boarding craft launched before orders aligned. Some captains obeyed Sahal, some obeyed Asubus, some obeyed only appetite. Others saw in the confusion their first chance to seize relics, prisoners, ships, or names. The void filled with betrayal, disguised as pursuit. A Night Lord's frigate fired upon a smaller escort that had refused to yield its sensor data. The escort broke in half under macro cannon impact, spilling atmosphere and men into space in glittering streams. Boarding torpedoes from one brother ship punched into the flank of another under the pretense of searching for hidden assassins. Raptors fought in zero gravity along a shattered docking spine, their claws tearing through armor seals, blood freezing into black crystals as it sprayed. Asubus boarded a Thunderhawk with his axe in hand and murder in his eyes. No one asked where he intended to go. The craft tore from the palace into a sky lit by anti-aircraft fire and burning debris. Tsagualsa dropped away beneath him, the palace shrinking into a black crown upon the dead world. His helm display flashed runes, target ghosts, threat warnings, fragments of Vox traffic. Sahal's voice cut through the chaos again and again, cold, commanding, infuriatingly certain. Seal the upper approaches, interdict all outbound craft. I want every route burned clean. No vessel translates. No captain fires without my order. Axibus opened a private channel. Your order, he said. A pause. Then Sahal answered. This is not the hour for rivalry. This is the only hour rivalry ever mattered. The assassin must not escape. The assassin is meat. What she carried matters more. Another pause, longer this time. You think only of possession, Sahal said. I think of what our father left to those strong enough to take it. He left judgment. He left a corpse and a lesson. The Thunderhawk shook as debris struck its wing. Warning icons flared amber. The pilot, a mortal hardwired into the cockpit and long ago relieved of unnecessary limbs, corrected course with a strangled mechanical whine. Sahal's voice returned, lower. You will not take what is mine. Akabus laughed then, a sound without mirth. There it is, Talon Master, beneath the office, beneath the duty, teeth. The channel cut. They hunted shadows across the upper atmosphere and into the void. They found false trails, dead agents, jettisoned flesh masks, stolen codes, and wreckage from craft that had never carried the prize. Akabus led a boarding strike onto an escaping cutter after its transponder flickered with forbidden clearance. His warriors tore through its hull, slaughtered the crew, ripped open sealed compartments, and found only a decoy corpse wearing the face of a palace attendant. Axibus crushed the head in one fist and said nothing as blood and bone ran between his fingers. By the time certainty emerged, it was too late. The assassin had passed beyond reach. Worse, so had pieces of what Kurz had left behind. The Corona Nox slipped into legend, dispute, claim, and obsession. Sahal's path bent around it. Akabus's hatred fastened upon it. The Legion's future curdled in its absence. Tsagualsa burned behind them. When Akabus returned to the palace, the inner sanctum was no longer silent. It was worse than silence. It was full of warriors speaking too loudly, issuing orders no one obeyed, swearing oaths they would later break, and guarding doorways not from enemies, but from brothers. Kurz's blood still marked the chamber where the Night Haunter had died. It gleamed black in the low light. Arquebus entered alone. For a long time he looked at the blood. Then he knelt, not in worship, not in grief, not in surrender. He placed one gauntleted hand into the cooling blood of his father and watched it crawl across the black ceramite of his fingers. The smell of it reached him through his helm seals, copper, ash, and something impossible. Around him, the palace creaked. Far away, warriors argued over relics, roots, command, vengeance, and inheritance. The Legion was already becoming knives pointed in different directions. Arquebus bowed his head. His voice was soft enough that only the dead could have heard it. "Your fear will not die with you," he said. "I will make the species remember." The Night Lords did not die with their father. That truth was what made the Imperium afraid. After Horus fell and the dream of the War Master broke beneath the guns of terror, many traitor hosts fled as shattered things, broken by defeat, hunted by vengeance, driven toward the madness of the Eye. The sons of Kurz were different. They had not spent themselves in glorious charges or drowned their strength in the last madness before the walls. They had survived, and survival had always been their most honest virtue. The 8th Legion remained a blade in the dark, cracked at the hilt, stained to the grip, but still sharp enough that whole sectors whispered their name behind locked doors. They preyed upon the Imperium that had declared them beaten. They took worlds that thought the war had ended. They butchered governors who had barely finished repainting their banners in loyalist colours. They descended on pilgrim routes, on rebuilding fleets, on agri worlds, sending tithe grain to starving fortress planets. They struck not as conquerors seeking empire, but as punishers teaching that the galaxy had misunderstood victory. Refugees carried the lesson from system to system. The Night Lords were not gone. The Night Haunter's sons still had claws. For a time, even terror feared what might come crawling from the dark. Then came Sagwalsa's reckoning. The Loyalists arrived with patience sharpened into vengeance. Ultramarines and their successor kin descended from orbit in disciplined formations, blue and white and black and red heraldry gleaming beneath atmospheric fire. They came not howling, not raging, not foaming with the need to avenge, but with the cold precision of warriors who had waited long enough to make hatred useful. Their fleet translated at the system's edge and advanced behind layered void shields, gun batteries speaking in controlled salvos. Lance fire cut through the night above Sagwalsa. Macro shells fell like judgment from the void, hammering the corpse palace and the black plains around it until mountains cracked and trophy towers came apart in storms of bone dust and burning skin. The palace that had once made Night Lords lower their voices began to scream. Orbital fire struck the outer walls first. The stretched flesh facades ignited in sheets, preserved faces burning with their mouths still open. Bone galleries collapsed into white avalanches. Murder theatres vanished under direct impacts, their machines torn apart, blades and hooks spinning through smoke. Towers leaned, broke, and fell like executed giants. The air filled with ash, shredded parchment, fragments of armor, and the powdered remains of Kurz's trophies. The 8th Legion, born for pursuit, ambush, terror, and punishment, was forced into defense. They hated it. They were not weak. That was the lie fools told before dying. A Night Lord cornered in darkness was still a transhuman killer, his gene-forged body encased in ceramite, his mind trained across centuries of murder. But they did not love the shield wall. They did not cherish the clean line. They did not seek honor beneath falling shells. They were not sons of Dawn or Gilliman to take pride in measured resistance. They were predators, and predators did not admire the trap merely because it had strong teeth. So they fought as themselves. When Ultramarines breacher squads advanced through the eastern galleries behind boarding shields and storm bolters, the Night Lords killed the lights, ruptured the oxygen feeds, and flooded the corridors with corpse gas from the palace embalming vaults. They waited until the Loyalists switched to thermal vision, then unleashed flare charges bright enough to blind helm lenses. Chain blades came from side passages. Meltigans fired from murder holes carved behind preserved skin walls. Loyalists died standing, shields locked, bolters barking, while midnight shapes tore at them from ceilings and floors. When successor Terminators teleported into the Hall of Adjudication, expecting a command node, they found a chamber seeded with melter charges beneath the tiles and hundreds of chained prisoners wired to panic triggers. The first Terminator raised his assault cannon. A prisoner twitched. The floor became a sun. Tactical dreadnought plate vanished in white heat. The survivors emerged from the blast with armor glowing, only to be swarmed by Night Lords who had hidden inside sarcophagus alcoves, lightning claws scraping against ceramite, chain fists biting into knee joints, bolters firing point blank into damaged seals until red mist pumped from the gaps. When Loyalist Medici stations were established behind the second advance line, the Night Lords found them within the hour. They did not merely kill the wounded, they broadcast it. Apothecaries were pinned to their own surgical slabs with their tools. Serfs were hung from ceiling rails. A Loyalist neophyte, too injured to lift a weapon, was left alive long enough for his gene seed to be threatened over an open Vox channel. The Ultramarines heard every word. Their discipline held, because they were Ultramarines. But even discipline had a pulse, and the Night Lords knew how to find it. Acabus fought differently. He knew every ambush doctrine. He had ordered enough flensing cycles to turn cities into obedient graveyards. He understood the art of cowardice as only a Night Lord could. Cowardice refined into strategy. Retreat honed into lure. Cruelty shaped into mathematics. But there were moments when he preferred the enemy to see him. The Western Breach became such a moment. Loyalist spearheads pushed through a shattered gate beneath covering fire from predators and infantry support squads. Blue armored warriors advanced through the ruins in perfect intervals. Bolters firing controlled bursts, plasma coils burning white, sergeants marking targets with clipped Vox commands. Behind them came breachers, then Terminators, then a command cadre carrying the standard of some proud successor chapter whose name Acabus never cared to learn. Night Lords fell back before them, firing as they withdrew, dragging wounded brothers into side tunnels if they were useful and leaving them if they were not. Raptors circled above the smoke but did not commit. Havocs redeployed to higher ruin lines. It was sensible. It was efficient. It was the way of the Legion. Acabus walked the other way. His helm vox clicked open across the local channel, and his laughter rolled through static thick with screams. The Loyalists saw him come through the smoke with his axe in both hands. Bolter fire struck his chest and pauldrons, detonations flashing across midnight plate. A plasma shot clipped his left side and burned through layered ceramite, cooking the flesh beneath. He staggered, then kept advancing. A crack missile hit the ground beside him and hurled stone shrapnel into his thigh. He pulled a shard the length of a mortal forearm from his leg and crushed it in his fist. "Hold formation," barked a Loyalist voice. "Concentrate fire. Bring him down." They obeyed. Of course they obeyed. They were sons of the loyal Imperium, disciplined unto death. Their guns turned as one. The air became explosive light. Arquebus vanished behind impacts, then emerged closer, armor cracked, faceplates scored, axe fields snarling. He reached the first breacher and split shield, helm, and torso in a single two-handed blow. The power field detonated the Loyalist's chest cavity inside his armor. Blood and pulverized organs vented through the broken gorget in a steaming burst. The next warrior lunged with a power sword. Arquebus caught the blade on the haft of his axe, leaned in, and headbutted the Loyalist hard enough to cave in the faceplate. He kicked the body backward into another Marine, then brought the axe down through both of them, severing limbs and ceramite in a spray of meat, fiber bundles, and shattered bone. The command squad met him with courage. That made their deaths better. A thunderhammer struck his shoulder and drove him to one knee. The impact cracked his pauldron and numbed his arm to the elbow. Arquebus laughed again, this time through blood in his mouth, and caught the hammer on the backswing with his free hand. The Loyalist sergeant tried to pull away. Arquebus dragged him close instead. The axe punched through the sergeant's abdomen, lifted him from the ground, and shook him until torn organs slopped from the wound and down the haft. The banner-bearer fired a bolt pistol into Arquebus's helm at arm's length. The first round burst against the cheek plate. The second cracked an eye lens. The third entered through the damaged grille and exploded against transhuman bone. Arquebus's head snapped back. Black blood poured from the ruin of his mouth. Then he bit the warrior's wrist through the armor seal. The Loyalist did not scream. Arquebus tore the hand away anyway, spat gauntlet and fingers onto the rubble, and buried the axe in the warrior's spine. Around him, the Night Lords saw the Loyalist advance falter, not break, not flee. These were not mortals, but they hesitated, and the sons of Curse lived for hesitation. Now, Arquebus voxed. The darkness answered. Raptors fell from above. Havocs opened fire from the ruin line. Melter beams cut through tank hulls. Night Lords emerged from maintenance culverts behind the Loyalists and began killing the support squads. The spearhead became an island of blue armor in a sea of midnight knives. They fought well. They died badly. Their blood soaked into the dust of Segualsa and mingled with the ash of Curse's palace. That was how Arquebus gathered followers in the breaking days. Not with oaths, not with speeches of brotherhood. The 8th Legion had heard enough lies dressed as destiny. He offered what mattered: ammunition, ships, slaves, armor, a place under a blade large enough to keep rival blades away. Broken companies came to him because their captains were dead, because their holds were empty, because the Ultramarines hunted them, because the Eye called and they needed a warlord strong enough to drag them through hell without being eaten first. He did not ask if they loved him. He asked how many bolter shells they had left. A claw from the 12th Company came with 3 functioning rhinos, a crippled Thunderhawk, and a hold full of mortal prisoners. Arquebus accepted them and gave their sergeant command of a breach team after the warrior presented the flayed face of his former captain as proof of decisiveness. A raptor pack descended from the ruined southern towers and pledged service by dropping the severed heads of loyalist scouts at his feet. Arquebus gave them fuel, prey, and permission to hunt deserters. Others needed instruction. Captain Varskor tried to flee with the armory ship Malice of Dawn. It was a lean vessel, ugly and precious, its holds packed with bolter ammunition, spare plate, plasma coils, chain blade teeth, jump pack parts, and gene seed caskets taken from dead brothers. In the chaos of the Loyalist assault, Score broke from formation and powered toward the outer system under false orders, claiming redeployment authority through a forged command cipher. Acerbus let him almost reach the translation point. Then he boarded him. The assault began with Dreadclaws biting into the armory ship's flank. Acerbus led the first wave through the breach before the hull had finished screaming. The corridor beyond was crowded with Score's chosen, veterans in midnight plate, weapons raised, helms painted with death masks and lightning. They opened fire at once. The boarding tunnel became a furnace of bolt impacts and ricochets. Two of Acerbus's warriors came apart beside him, torsos bursting open, limbs spinning away in red arcs. Acerbus advanced through their deaths. His axe took the first bodyguard at the waist. The second lost both arms and his head in the backswing. The third drove a chain blade into Acerbus's side and held it there, engine shrieking as teeth chewed through armor and muscle. Acerbus reached down, gripped the warrior by the helm, and squeezed until ceramite cracked inward. The chainblade fell silent as the skull inside collapsed. Score waited in the armory vault, surrounded by servitors and ammunition shrines, his power sword drawn. "You would waste us on a dead world," Score said. Acerbus stepped over a dying bodyguard whose legs were still kicking. "I would spend you where your death buys terror." "I choose survival." "No," Acerbus said. "You chose to survive away from me." Score fought with skill. He had lived through the heresy, through the scouring, through nights that would have broken lesser killers. His sword drew blood. He cut Acerbus across the thigh, opened his forearm, scored his breastplate down to the inner layers. Acerbus allowed the first wounds because he wanted those watching to remember the difference between skill and inevitability. Then he broke Score's knee with a kick, smashed the sword from his hand, and pinned him against an ammunition rack with the axe blade biting into his chest. "Mercy," Score said, and perhaps he meant it as mockery, because no Night Lord begged in expectation of kindness. Acerbus leaned close. His cracked helm grill touched Score's. "Wrong legion." He cut the captain apart slowly enough for the ship's internal picked feeds to carry every second. Then he ordered the corpse frozen in the void and chained behind the Malice of Dawn. When the fleet fled Sagualsa, Score's remains trailed after the armory ship in segmented pieces, limbs and torso linked by iron cable, armor rimed with ice, dead helm turned forever toward the vessels that followed. The lesson traveled faster than any order. Still, the loyalists pressed them. Sagualsa became untenable. The corpse palace was broken, its halls burned, its trophies were ash. The sons of Kurz scattered beneath disciplined vengeance, and every hour cost ships, warriors, slaves and relics they could not replace. Some Night Lords swore to return, some swore revenge, some swore nothing and ran because they were wise enough to understand annihilation. Acerbus gathered what he could: claws, warships, armories, prisoners, apothecaries, navigators kept in iron masks, mortal crews beaten into obedience, hellbrutes loaded screaming into chained holds, raptors roosting in launch bays, their talons scraping sparks from the deck, sorcerers who insisted they were not sorcerers, only brothers who had learned to listen to the warp without kneeling. During the last battles, Acerbus began hearing applause. Not voices, not yet, not promises, not the slobbering offers of demons eager for a soul to chew. It came in the moments after fear crested, when a loyalist squad realized it had been sealed inside a burning corridor, when a mortal regiment saw Night Lords descend through smoke wearing the faces of their officers. when Score's corpse struck the hull of the armory ship in slow rhythm as the fleet fled. Applause. Akkabus heard it beneath the guns, beneath the screams, beneath the heartbeat thunder of his own rage. It came from, somewhere behind reality, a vast, unseen audience approving the shape of him. He did not pray to it. He did not answer it. But he noticed, and the warp noticed him noticing. They ran for the eye of terror as hunted things that still had teeth. The journey was not a retreat in any clean sense. It was a convulsion. Ships translated with hulls open to space, reactors bleeding, holds packed beyond capacity, mortal crews dying at their stations because there were no replacements left to drag them away. Geller fields flickered. Astropaths screamed themselves hollow. Navigators aged visibly behind their masks. Time folded around the fleet in wrong angles. A slave boy entered the warp with black hair and left it 3 weeks later by ship chronometer as a bent old man with white eyes and no memory of his own name. In another hold, a corpse continued whispering orders for 9 days after death, and the crew obeyed because the orders were sensible. The eye received them like a mouth. Reality thinned. Stars became wounds. Colours tasted of pain. The walls sweated blood in rooms that had never known air. Some Astartes emerged changed, a talon where a hand had been, a second voice inside a helm, horn nubs beneath scalp and ceramite, teeth growing in throat tissue. One warrior claimed Kersey spoke to him from the ship's water systems. Another began carving prayers into his armor, insisting they were not prayers, only tactical necessities addressed to powers that preferred courtesy. Akkabus despised them for it. He despised the kneeling, the chanting, the eager surrender to things that laughed in the dark. The Night Lords had never needed gods to teach fear. They had brought terror to the stars with bolter, blade, and imagination. Yet he could not deny what the eye offered: safety from loyalist pursuit, time, broken but abundant, weapons hidden in demon forges, alliances paid in blood, power that did not care whether the hand reaching for it believed. His first pact was made on a world without a name, beneath a sky filled with screaming faces. The thing that came to him wore no single shape. It was carrion smoke, black armor, golden eyes, a mouth full of stars, a crown of hooks, and the laughter from every battlefield where fear had been made perfect. It spoke with 4 voices and none. It offered him ascension, dominion, slaughter without end, the strength to make the scattered sons of Kurs look upon him and remember obedience. Acerbus listened. Then he drove his axe into the ground between them. "I do not kneel," he said. The thing smiled with too many mouths. "All kneel, in time. Then choke on time." Its laughter shook the ground. Around Acerbus, his warriors watched from a distance, hands on weapons, helms filled with static, none certain whether they were witnessing blasphemy, triumph, or suicide. "You would take from us without worship. I would take from you because you are useful. Useful things are owned." Acerbus stepped closer, then tried to own me. The pact sealed not as devotion, but as violence, not a prayer, but a grip around the throat of damnation. Chaos Undivided did not receive a worshipper that day. It received a warlord arrogant enough to believe the warp was another battlefield, and gods were merely larger enemies to be exploited until they became weapons. Perhaps that was why it favored him. Perhaps that was why it damned him more deeply. In the Black Mirror aboard his flagship, long after Tsagualsa had vanished behind madness and distance, Krieg Akkabus looked upon his reflection. He saw the old mouth scars. He saw the cracked armor. he saw the face of a legionary captain who had survived father, brother, and empire. Then the reflection smiled when he did not. The mortal image thinned like smoke. Something looked back from beneath his skin, vast and patient, and crowned by horns not yet born. The demon world had no rightful name, because names were things given to worlds that obeyed the laws of creation. This place did not. It turned inside the eye of terror beneath a sky of torn colour, where storms formed from dead prayers and lightning crawled upward from the ground into clouds that looked like bruised flesh. The mountains moved when no one watched them. Seas of black bile rose and fell against shores of cracked bone. Forests of iron trees grew from battlefields. Their branches hung with chains, helms, rib cages, and the half-living, remains of those who had begged the warp for mercy and been answered with attention. Krieg Arquebus made war there because the world resisted ownership. That amused him. Its mortal kings ruled from citadels built in the skulls of extinct god-beasts. Its cult armies marched beneath banners stitched from saints, mutants, murderers, and prophets who had all died screaming different names for the same hunger. Its warp things nested in the ruins of old fortresses, feeding on fear, memory, and the heat of dying bodies. Rival night lords had come there in the centuries after Sagualsa, each claw or company or broken brotherhood claiming some valley, tower, armory vault, or slave city as its own. They called themselves lords because no one stronger had yet come to correct them. Then Asubus arrived. The campaign became known as the 100 Nights of Butchery, though no chronometer agreed on how long it lasted. On that world, a night could endure for an hour, a year, or the length of a man's final scream. Asubus cared nothing for the count. He cared for the accumulation. Fortress after fortress, clan after clan, claw after claw. Every enemy stripped, tested, broken, consumed, or chained. His warband had grown monstrous by then. Old Legion veterans marched beneath him, warriors whose armour still bore scars from the Great Crusade, whose bolters had killed loyalists before some imperial worlds had learned the name of the Emperor. Beside them came corrupted recruits taken from terror-bred stock, aspirants raised in the dark holds of warships, taught Nostroman curses before speech, taught to skin a prisoner before they were trusted with a blade. Raptor cults nested in the upper decks of his fleet, hanging upside down in shrines of chain and bone, their jump packs snarling in their sleep. Demon engines crawled in iron processions, defilers clicking across ash plains, mauler fiends straining against rune chains, hellbrutes roaring inside sarcophagi slick with amniotic rot and machine oil. Corrupted armour columns rolled in his wake, predators with demon faces welded into their prows, vindicators whose siege shields were layered with screaming prisoners, land raiders blackened by 10,000 years of war, their machine spirits mad and hungry, their assault ramps opening like the jaws of void beasts. Enslaved ship clans followed his banners, entire bloodlines born and dying in service to macro cannon decks, plasma furnaces, launch bays, and ammunition temples. Nostroman death priests moved among the mortals with hooked knives and ash bowls, blessing fear, measuring courage, and selecting those fit to die usefully. His mortal armies were not soldiers in the imperial sense. They were bred, bought, stolen, broken, and arranged. Slave regiments with explosive collars and rusted autoguns. Penal converts promised food if they survived 3 charges. Cult infantry with skinless faces hidden behind iron masks. Artillery hosts that worshipped recoil and counted kill impacts as sacraments. Corpse haulers who walked behind the front lines with carts, hooks, and rendering saws. children of conquered void stations grown into serfs who knew no sky except hangar ceilings and no father except the warship that owned them. Agabus spent them without anger. Anger was for those who believed something valuable had been lost. He used prisoners as other lords used ammunition. Captured enemies were not merely killed. Death alone was a small coin, and Asubus had never been fond of small offerings. Officers taken from rival armies were skinned in careful strips, their nerves preserved by chirurgeon craft and warp tinctures, so they could remain aware while their own regiments heard them over the vox. Their voices were looped through tower arrays until discipline curdled into panic. Prisoners with strong lungs were wired into brass speaker pylons, their ribs spread by mechanical hooks, their mouths sealed around vox horns that carried their agony for kilometers across the ash plains. Astropaths were force-fed nightmares. They were chained in circles around black mirrors and made to watch scenes that had not yet happened, scenes that might never happen, scenes that became real only because their minds broke around them. They screamed distress calls into the warp until those calls became weapons. Whole enemy camps heard the voices of their own dead commanders begging for reinforcements from places that no longer existed. Cult kings received visions of betrayal and murdered their lieutenants before Agabus ever reached their gates. Rival night lords woke to hear curs whispering accusations through the vox, though the words were stolen, shaped, and spat back by the bleeding choir. Agabus did not waste terror. He refined it. By the 86th night, or what passed for such a thing, the last rival stronghold of the southern Bone Range remained unconquered. It belonged to Lord Maroth Vare, a night lord who had taken the mark of no single god, but had drunk deeply from the eye all the same. His armor was midnight and brass, his helm crowned in flayed wings, his chain blade named Mercy Denied. He had once been a captain of the Legion, and age had made him neither wise nor humble. He sent Asubus a challenge carved into the backs of 20 prisoners. The message was read aloud in the war camp while the prisoners crawled in circles through the mud, their opened flesh shining wetly beneath the red lightning. Around them gathered night lords from 100 broken companies, mortal kings in rusted crowns, raptor packs clinging to the ribs of dead siege engines, and cult generals whose armies waited in trenches filled with their own wounded. Demon engines strained against chains, hungry for the sound of command. The words were simple. Asubus had become a beast. Asubus had forgotten curs. Asubus ruled by appetite rather than judgment. Asubus was no son of the Night Haunter, only a butcher swollen by the applause of hell. When the reading ended, the camp waited. Asubus stood upon the hull of a wrecked Baneblade, his axe resting across one shoulder. His armor was cracked from weeks of war, painted in blood, soot, and the lightning of the 8th Legion. The mouth ring scars cut pale arcs through the gore on his face. He looked toward Maroth Vare's fortress, where the rival lord watched from a balcony of black stone and hanging corpses. "Tell him," Asubus said, "that I accept." No roar followed, no sermon, no oath. That made it worse. The duel was fought before the entire warband because Agabus wanted fear to have witnesses. The killing ground was a plain of powdered bone beneath a sky that opened and closed like a lidless eye. Night lords formed a ring around it. Mortals knelt behind them. Raptor packs circled above on bursts of jump pack fire. Sorcerers whispered behind sealed helms. The demon engines lowered themselves like iron hounds waiting for meat. Maroth Vare entered first, chainblade revving, cloak of stitched faces dragging behind him. His armor bore trophies from the heresy and from the long predations after it. He moved well, too well to be dismissed, His stance was low, his blade angled to cut through knee joints or wrist seals. He knew Asubus was stronger. He intended to be faster. Asubus entered without helm. The wind carried the smell of blood across the plain. Maroth raised his chain blade. "You have made yourself a carrion idol." Asubus said nothing. "You gather our brothers under fear, but fear without purpose is rot. Kurz was judgment. You are hunger wearing his shadow." Asubus looked at him for a long moment. "Strike." Maroth hesitated. That hesitation damned him more completely than any insult. The rival lord lunged with a speed that would have killed lesser warriors before they registered movement. Mercy Denied screamed across Akabus's chest, teeth biting, engine howling, tearing through ceramite in a shower of sparks and black blood. The cut opened him from shoulder to sternum. Flesh parted. Armor split. The watching mortals gasped as one body. Some Night Lords leaned forward. The chain blade chewed deeper before Maroth ripped it free and stepped back, ready for the counter. Asubus looked down at the wound. Then he smiled. The sound that came from the watching warp was almost laughter, almost applause, almost the wet clapping of hands made from things that had never been human. Maroth struck again. Akabus moved. The axe rose in both hands, its power field roaring blue-white and warp-black at once. Maroth's chain blade came up to parry. It did not matter. The axe passed through Mercy Denied, through the rival lord's helm, through skull, spine, ribcage, reactor cabling, and backpack in a single annihilating descent. The blow split him from crown to pelvis. His armor burst outward. Blackened organs slapped onto the bone dust. The backpack reactor coughed sparks and died, with a metallic whine. For one impossible heartbeat, the two halves of Maroth Ver stood upright, divided pride holding them together by habit. Then they fell apart. Asubus planted one boot in the meat between them and pulled the axe free. The world answered. Fear rose from the gathered host like heat from a battlefield. Mortal terror, transhuman unease, cult adoration, demonic hunger. The shock of warriors who had seen a veteran of the Long War reduced to butchered proof in a single stroke. It poured into the air. It fed the storm. The sky bent inward. Lightning froze above the plain, every bolt arrested mid-strike. The demon engines went still. Raptors dropped to the ground, talons scraping bone as their jump packs guttered. Even the sorcerers stopped whispering. The warp recognized him. Not as a supplicant, never that. Not as a priest, not as a slave kneeling with hands open for a god's scraps. It recognized alignment, terror, pride, violence, domination, the refusal to bend, the hunger to make fear not a means, but a kingdom. Asubus stiffened. His wound closed first, but not cleanly. Armor flowed like wax and meat, fused edges knitting into a single black plate, veined with red light. His bones cracked louder than bolter fire. The mortals closest to him began to bleed from their eyes. One cult king screamed as every tooth in his head pushed out through his lips. A Night Lord sergeant reached for his weapon before his captain seized his wrist and held him still. Akabus grew, not with the awkward swelling of mutation, but with the brutal certainty of something being revealed. His armor fused fully into him, layered ceramite becoming hide, iron, flesh, and memory. The lightning marks across his plate crawled as living storm. His gauntlets lengthened into taloned fists, though one remained wrapped around the haft of the axe. The weapon changed with him. Its haft darkened, thickened, drinking the blood running from his palm. The blade expanded, its edge becoming a crescent of predatory night. Its power field no longer merely a technology, but a snarl of bound will. Horns tore from his skull and helm together. He did not scream. The ground split beneath his feet. Wings erupted from his back in a spray of blood, black membrane unfolding between spars of bone and metal. They stretched wide enough to cast hundreds into shadow. The air stank of ozone, old graves, and opened bodies. His face twisted, elongated, burned, healed, and remained somehow his own. The mouth scars stayed, pale and cruel beneath the transformation, the old tribal wounds refusing to surrender to godhood. When Acabus breathed, the plane breathed with him. When he spoke, the voice was no longer single. It was an Astartes captain giving command through a helm grill. It was a tribal butcher refusing to scream beneath hot iron. It was a demon laughing behind reality. It was nostrum and judgment delivered in the dark before the blade fell. "Kneel," whispered one mortal king, already pressing his brow into the bone dust. "Kneel before the chosen." Many did. Too many. Attabus looked at them. The first cult king who had knelt too eagerly rose into the air, limbs jerking as if hooked by invisible chains. His spine burst through his back. His skull turned fully around with a wet crack. He came apart in pieces that fell steaming across his own followers. The others froze, trapped between worship and survival. A Night Lord in ancient plate stepped forward from the ring. His helm was winged, his claws wet from earlier slaughter. "You are warp filth now," he said. "No son of Kurz bows to a demon." Acabus crossed the distance faster than his new size should have allowed. One taloned hand closed around the warrior's torso. Ceramite shrieked inward. The Night Lord fired his bolter point blank into Acabus's face, the shells bursting against horn and cheek and demon flesh. Acabus did not flinch. He squeezed until the warrior's armor split and both hearts ruptured. Blood jetted from the helm grill. The body folded, twitching within his grip. He threw the corpse among the kneeling mortals. "Then do not bow," Acabus said. Another warrior lowered his head in careful submission. Not worship, not love, but recognition of force. Acabus let him live. That was the lesson. He killed those who surrendered their souls too easily. He killed those who mistook defiance for strength. He killed until the warband understood the narrow path beneath him. Obey, but do not grovel. Fear, but do not become useless. Serve, but remember that service was not safety. The Night Lords distrusted gods, and Acabus did not demand that they stop. He demanded only that they recognize he had taken power from the warp and remained Krieg Acabus, worse than before, not weaker, not enslaved, not reduced, ascended. By the end of the 100 Nights of Butchery, the demon world belonged to him in every way that mattered. Its rival captains were dead, bound, or absorbed. Its mortal kings paid tribute in bodies, ammunition, and sons. Its warp things avoided his shadow or served inside engines of brass and iron. His fleet grew as captured ships were chained into his order of battle. Warbands that had once mocked him now came bearing gifts. Those that refused were hunted until their names became warnings. The host he forged was not the 8th Legion reborn. That dream was for fools, poets, and self-crowned heirs. The Legion was dead. Kurz was dead. Nostramo was dust. Brotherhood had curdled into rivalry, and every son of the Night Haunter carried a knife for every other. Acabus did not restore what had been lost. He gathered what remained into something larger, uglier, and more honest. A moving empire of fear, too vast to ignore, too vicious to command by anything except terror. Claws, murder cults, raptor shrines, Terminator cadres, Hellbrute pens, demon forges, slave fleets, mortal armies, death priests, void clans, terror choirs, broken companies, and ambitious captains, all bound together by a single truth. Whatever enemies waited beyond the fleet were dreadful. Acabus was worse. He stood at last upon the highest ridge of the conquered world, wings folded around him, axe planted in the ground, the armies of midnight and blood stretching beyond sight beneath the screaming sky. The gathered warriors watched him. Some hated him, some revered him, some calculated, all listened. Curs used fear to teach, Krieg Acabus said. Sahal would use fear to rule. I use fear because fear is the only truth that survives death. The signal came through the warp as a scream wearing the shape of a name. It reached the throat of midnight while the warship drifted in the carrion realms, surrounded by the chained moons, slave docks, corpse foundries, and broken void hulks that made up Krieg Acabus's moving kingdom. The fleet had been at anchor in the dark for 13 shipboard days, though time in the carrion realms had never been trustworthy. Some decks insisted a month had passed. One slavehold had aged through a winter that no other chamber recorded. A navigator chained beneath the astropathic vaults claimed he had watched the same hour die twice. Then the blind choirs began to bleed. In the astropathic oubliettes, the first sanctioned witch convulsed hard enough to shatter his own spine. His jaw unhinged, his wired tongue split apart, and a torrent of black blood poured across his chest while he screamed in a language none of the mortal attendants understood. The second choir ignited from the inside, not in flame, but in blue witchlight that burned his flesh transparent. His bones glowed like candle wicks beneath the skin. The third did not scream at all. He merely opened his lipless mouth and whispered through every Vox shrine in the flagship at once. Talon Master. Across the throat of midnight, slaves dropped ammunition crates. Armory thralls froze beneath their overseers' lashes. Raptors stirred in their roosts and scraped talons across the hangar walls. Hellbrutes howled inside their sarcophagi, old mad things battering at restraint locks as if they had heard a challenge spoken from 10,000 years away. In the strategium, the message resolved in bursts of static, screams, and broken nostraman. Zo Sahal, alive, returned, and with him, the old wound opened again. The corona knocks. No one spoke after the message died. The strategium had been crowded when the signal came. Captains of claws and murder cults stood around the hololithic pit. Mortal admirals waited beneath the gaze of explosive collars and helm lenses. Sorcerers of the bleeding choir watched their slave scribes scratch corrupted coordinates onto sheets of stretched skin. A raptor lord hung upside down from the upper vault, wings of flayed leather drawn around him like a cloak. Servo skulls clicked and drifted through incense smoke, their lenses wet with condensation and blood mist. All of them had heard. That was the problem. Krieg Acabus stood at the edge of the hololith, massive and still, his demon wings folded behind him, his axe held loose in one taloned hand. The power field was silent. That frightened the chamber more than its thunder would have. His helm had not been removed, but the lower half of his face remained visible beneath the battered rim, the pale mouth ring scars cutting through demon flesh like memories that refused mutation. The captains expected rage. They expected the axe to rise. They expected the chamber to become a slaughter pit, for bodies to come apart beneath the Axemaster's fury, for mortal officers to die because they had heard the forbidden name, for Night Lords to bleed because they had looked too long at their master's obsession. Acabus did not move. His silence lengthened until it became a weapon. At last he said, "Seal the chamber." The mortal admiral nearest the doors looked up too quickly. "Lord?" Akabus turned his head. The admiral slammed his forehead to the deck. "By your will." Blast shutters fell, locking claws engaged. The strategium doors sealed with the sound of a tomb closing over the living. Runes crawled across the threshold in red. Outside, murder servitors took position with chain blades revving low. Inside, every officer, captain, scribe, sorcerer, and slave remained where he stood. Akabus looked across them. "Every soul within this chamber has heard what belongs to me. You will remain here until I decide which of you deserves to live with the knowledge." No one protested. That was wisdom. Zo Sahal had been first captain, Talon Master, the bright blade of Kurz's chosen wrath. He had carried command as if command itself had been forged for his hand. He had believed in hierarchy where other Night Lords believed in teeth. He had believed in symbols where Axibus believed in strength. To Sahal, the Corona Nox had not been a prize stolen from the dead. It had been proof. Kurz's authority, Kurz's legacy, Kurz's judgment given form. Akabus had always known better. Sahal had been a keeper, nothing more. A hand wrapped around a relic he mistook for destiny. A warrior who thought a crown could command sons raised in darkness, betrayal, and murder. Akabus did not deny Sahal's skill. Only fools denied the blade that had already cut them. Sahal was dangerous because he was fast, disciplined, certain, and old with the kind of pride that could survive exile, failure, and time. But he had misunderstood the father. He had mistaken inheritance for possession. Acerbus had spent 10,000 years correcting that error in the only language the legions still understood. "Coordinates," he said. Lord Varrock of the Bleeding Choir bowed his horned helm. His eye lenses wept thin streams of black fluid. "The signal is damaged, Lord. It carries a cold signature, a dying sun, Imperial distress traffic, local defense ciphers, fragments name Equixus." The hololith stuttered. A world appeared in ghostly blue, orbiting far from the warmth of its weak star. Ice continents, subsurface hive sites, frozen mining cities, Imperial relay stations, old fortifications buried in snow, a miserable world of labor, frost, and obedience. "Equixus," Acebus said, tasting the name as if it were meat. The raptor lord above clicked his talons. "Let me take my pax. We will descend first and bring you his head." Acebus did not look up. "You will bring me nothing." The raptor stilled. "This is not a raid. This is not a claw hunt. This is not a brother's throat opened in a corridor." Acebus lifted the axe, and the hololith flared beneath its shadow. "We take the fleet." The hunt began before the chamber was unsealed. Orders spread through the flagship like infection. The throat of midnight woke in hunger. Plasma furnaces roared hotter. Macro cannon crews were whipped back to stations. Slave gangs hauled torpedoes on chains, slipping in blood as overseers drove them through ammunition shrines. Warpsmiths hammered demon engines into prow cradles, binding them with rune chains, iron hooks, and the bones of failed navigators. Astropaths were not asked to guide the fleet. They were spent. One by one they were dragged screaming into the choir pits, force-fed shards of prophecy, and burned hollow as their minds were opened into the warp. Entire flotillas tore free from the carrion realms. Cruisers, murder frigates, raider packs, armory ships, slave hulks, corpse barges, escort killers, and ancient legion warships followed. The throat of midnight into translation. Mortal armies were sacrificed for navigation. Thousands were herded into the lower sanctums of the lead vessels. Their throats opened into brass gutters so their deaths could feed the ritual engines. Sorcerers read the currents by pain. Some burned their own eyes out to see more clearly. One laughed until his skull cracked. Another wrote Sahal's name in his own intestines across a chart table before Asubus ordered him preserved, still living, as a useful omen. At the prows of 3 ships, demon engines were chained facing forward, their heads fused to auger arrays, their metal nostrils snorting warp fire as they scented the trail. They shrieked when the fleet found the correct current. The sound carried through every hull and made mortals vomit blood into their rebreathers. The warp opened. The fleet entered. Time came apart in colours of old murder. The Geller fields howled. Shapes with too many hands pressed against the void shields and smiled through the hulls at men who had not slept in days. In one troop bay, a regiment of slave infantry lived through their own executions 7 times before real space returned them to the moment before the first death. In another, a Night Lord Claw saw curs standing at the end of a corridor, weeping black tears, and every warrior who followed the vision was found later hanging from the ceiling by his own flayed nerves. Acabus remained in the strategium, watching Aquixus grow closer through corrupted augurs. No officer was released from the sealed chamber until the fleet translated into real space. By then, 7 mortals had died from thirst, 2 from fear, and 1 from biting through his own tongue to avoid speaking the name Sahal in his sleep. Acabus executed 4 more because they had survived too loudly. The rest were permitted to live. Aquixus hung beneath them, white and blue and dead. Orbital stations circled the planet like rusted crowns. Mining platforms blinked emergency codes. Imperial defense monitors turned sluggishly toward the sudden storm of traitor signatures. Vox traffic exploded across the system in layered panic. Local commanders demanded identification, then reinforcements, then absolution. The answer came as Night Lord's launch bays opened. War fell through the sky. The first wave did not seek Sahal. It made the world scream so the old Talon Master could hear Asubus had come. Dreadclaws punched into orbital stations. Boarding torpedoes struck relay decks. Raptors tore through observation domes and cast defenders into the void, their bodies freezing before they finished screaming. Slave regiments landed in mass drop carriers that broke apart in the upper atmosphere, spilling thousands of burning men across the snowfields. Most died on impact. Those who survived charged because explosive collars gave them no other future. Aquixus had Imperial defenders, but they were not heroes in a saga. They were men trapped between 2 sons of a dead Primarch and the old hatred those sons carried. PDF cohorts formed firing lines around hab blocks and relay towers. Laser flashed red through snow. Heavy bolters hammered. Basilisks boomed from ice trenches. Local armor pushed across frozen roads beneath pennants stiff with frost. They fought because orders told them to fight. They died because the galaxy did not care. Night Lords hunted through their cities. Hab blocks burned blue under chemical fire. Vox towers broadcast the voices of dead fathers, telling their sons to open the gates. Medici bunkers were marked not for mercy, but because wounded men screamed longer than corpses. Imperial officers were dragged onto balcony railings and peeled open before their companies, their agony boosted through command frequencies until platoons misheard orders beneath the shrieks. Snow drank blood until it became black slush beneath tank treads and armoured boots. Acabus descended only when the aurora began. Orbital bombardment struck the upper atmosphere, and the sky over Aquixus rippled with green, violet, and corpse gold. Beneath that false dawn, among the ruins of a burning hab city called Nala's Gate, the Axamaster found Zio Sahal. The Talon Master stood amid fallen masonry and frozen corpses, his armor scored by battle, his movements still precise, despite the war around him. He was not alone, but the warriors with him mattered little to Arquebus. Some were already dead, some would be soon. What mattered was the shape at Sahal's side, wrapped in shadow, guarded by speed, stubbornness, and old claim. The Corona Nox. Acerbus felt the world narrow around it. Sahal looked up as the demon prince landed hard enough to shatter the street. Snow burst outward in a white ring. The ground cracked beneath Acerbus's taloned feet. His wings unfurled, blocking the burning hablight behind him. The axe growled in his grip. For a moment, 10,000 years stood between them like a third warrior. "Sahal," Acerbus said. "Acerbus," the Talon Master answered. "You have grown uglier. You have grown smaller." Sahal's blade came free with a whisper. "And yet you still chase what was never yours." Acerbus stepped forward. The snow around his feet hissed into steam. "You were trusted to carry a thing. You mistook that burden for a throne. I was named. I was chosen. You were useful." Sahal's helm tilted slightly. "You sound like every beast that ever envied a king." Arquebus laughed, and the ruined windows shook. "King, heir, first captain, Talon Master. How many names does a coward need before he can look at his own hands and admit they are empty?" "The Legion was never meant to become this," Sahal said. Around them, Night Lords killed Night Lords in the ruins, bolter fire snapping between shattered walls, chain blades screaming in the snow. Curse showed mankind the consequence of sin. Terror was judgment. Terror was truth. Terror was discipline. Terror was the moment the lie died, Acerbus said. "You would build laws from it. I built an empire. You built a kennel. I built the largest host of our blood still worthy of fear." Sahal's voice hardened. "Our blood was worthy before it crawled into the warp and begged for horns." Arquebus moved. The duel began without ceremony. Sahal was fast. Faster than hatred. Faster than memory. Faster than most warriors could track even with transhuman sight. He did not meet strength with strength. He cut at joints, seals, tendons, weak points where demon flesh still needed structure. His blade flashed through snow and firelight, scoring Acerbus's thigh, cutting beneath the ribs, opening a line across one wing membrane that spilled black blood steaming onto the street. Acerbus answered with the axe. Each blow was a collapse of weather. The weapon struck where Sahal had been a heartbeat before and carved craters into the frozen road. Stone burst. Ice flashed to steam. A hab wall exploded outward when the axe clipped it, showering the street in masonry and bodies that had been hiding inside. One sweep caught a Night Lord from Sahal's own escort and bisected him through the chest, the halves spinning away in sprays of blood and ceramite shards. Sahal ducked beneath the backswing and drove his blade into Acerbus's side. It sank deep. Acerbus looked down at the weapon buried in him. Then he seized Sahal by the gorget. The Talon Master twisted, abandoning the blade before the grip could close fully. Acerbus's claws scraped across his chest plate, tearing away lightning-marked ceramite and exposing the layered black beneath. Sahal rolled through the snow, came up with a stolen bolter from a corpse, and fired into Acerbus's face. The rounds detonated across horn, helm, and cheek. One burst tore open the flesh near Acerbus's old mouth scars. Black blood ran down his jaw. The demon prince smiled through it. "Still quick," he said. "Still slow," Sahal replied. Acerbus charged. The street broke under him. His wings beat once, hurling snow, ash, and loose corpses aside. Sahal met him with a crack grenade slapped to the haft of the axe as he passed beneath the swing. The explosion took Asubus's weapon wide and blew fragments from his gauntlet. Sahal came in close, drew a hooked blade, and cut across the exposed armor seal beneath the demon's arm. For one moment, it seemed possible that the old Talon Master might do the impossible. Then Asubus caught him. Not cleanly, not fully, but enough. His talons closed around Sahal's left shoulder guard and upper arm. Ceramite screamed as the grip tightened. Sahal struck at the wrist, but Asubus brought the axe around with his other hand and smashed the flat of the blade into Sahal's chest. The impact hurled him through a statue of some forgotten imperial martyr. Stone wings shattered. Sahal hit the ground hard, armor cracked, blood darkening the snow beneath him. Asubus advanced. Sahal rose slowly. That was his greatness. Not the crown, not the title, not the symbols, the refusal to stay down. Asubus's axe descended. Sahal turned with the last sliver of speed left to him. The edge missed the killing line, but sheared through armor seals along his side, opening plate, flesh, and the old blood beneath. The force spun him away. Fragments of his armor tore loose and clattered across the ice. Blood struck the snow in hot droplets that smoked like incense. Asubus reached for the shadowed relic. Sahal fired a grapnel into the upper ruin, triggered a blind charge, and vanished into the collapsing wall of white light and falling masonry. Asubus lunged through the blast, hand closing on only broken ceramite, torn cloak, and a severed fragment of armor still wet with blood. By the time the snow settled, Sahal was gone into the storm beyond Naylor's Gate, fleeing toward the frozen wilderness where even Auspec's ghosts fractured in the cold. The Corona Nox was gone with him. Asubus stood amid the ruins as battle burned around him. His captains waited at a distance, wise enough not to approach. The imperial city continued dying. Hab blocks burned. Men screamed beneath collapsing ferrocrete. Night Lords hunted one another through alleys slick with slush and blood. Above, the aurora writhed from orbital fire, painting the snow in colours no sane sky should know. The Axemaster looked down at the fragments in his hand. Sahal's armour. Sahal's blood. Not the crown. Failure should have enraged him. Instead, obsession settled deeper, colder, stronger than wrath. He closed his fist around the broken plate until it crumpled. "Run with the crown, little keeper," Krieg Asubus whispered into the blizzard. "I have the kingdom of fear." The warband gathered around Sanctus Malvora, long before the world knew it was being encircled. In the void beyond the outermost auger range of the Gethsemane subsector, where imperial charts mark nothing but dust shoals, dead comet trails, and the ghosts of forgotten survey probes, the fleet of Krieg Asubus assembled in silence. Silence did not mean stillness. It meant restraint. It meant a predator holding its breath with its teeth already around the throat. The throat of midnight hung at the center of the formation, immense and lightless, save for the corpse-blue glare of its engines and the crawling lightning along its void shields. Around it gathered the vessels of the largest Night Lord's host, left to the galaxy. Cruisers with broken aquili carved from their prows. Murder frigates painted in midnight and bone. Raider packs sleek as knives. Slave hulks chained to fuel tenders. Armory ships whose holds were guarded more jealously than chapels. Demon forge barges that bled furnace smoke into the vacuum. Captured void stations dragged by gravitic tethers, their docking spines fitted with guns, cages, and launch cradles. It was not a restored legion. No lie that Grand could survive among the sons of Kurz. It was something worse. Asubus had gathered claws, companies, cults, engines, murder brotherhoods, mortal empires, and warships under the single law of his survival. They did not love him. Love was a word for slaves, poets, and those who died confused. They feared him, measured themselves against him, hated him, needed him, and in needing him, gave him what loyalty could never guarantee: use. The Axe Court stood closest to the Strategium's hololithic pit. These were Akabus's inner circle, if such a term could be used for warriors who all expected to kill one another before the long war ended. Lord Garradon in Terminator plate, older than many imperial dynasties, his tusked helm marked with kills taken from ultramarine successors during the breaking of Tsagwalsa. Malkarian Voss, master of the mortal hosts, whose armour was hung with strips of officer skin cured into parchment and inked with campaign tallies. Nethrak of the Carrion Talons, a raptor lord whose limbs had grown too long inside his corrupted armour, his voice always half drowned beneath the animal growl of his jump pack. Vorkel, branded and bound after failed treachery, his helm scarred where Akabus had burned, punishment into the skull beneath. None of them stood at ease. Night Lords never truly did. Beyond the Axe Court, through the ship and fleet, the other organs of the warband prepared for the coming war. The bleeding choir laboured in the astropathic oubliettes and vox shrines, savants with stitched eyes and sliced tongues whispering through brass masks, while tortured astropaths convulsed beneath psychic clamps. They tuned fear as other armies tuned artillery, a wrong syllable in the right commander's sleep, a dead son speaking through a father's vox bead, a saint's hymn reversed and seeded into pilgrim traffic until entire hab blocks woke screaming without knowing why. The Carrion Talons nested in the upper hangars and the exterior shrine spines. Raptor packs crouched among chains, flayed banners, and fuel lines. Their jump packs coughed black heat. Their lightning claws clicked against the deck. Some had forgotten how to walk without hunching. Some had not removed their helms in centuries. They spoke in laughs, static bursts, and Nostroman threats, eager to fall from cloud cover into bell towers, command balconies, and refugee avenues. The Eighth Maw waited in the troop vaults, a civilization of mortal cult armies compressed into iron decks and punishment cages. Their war priests had cut fear runes into their own scalps. Their colonels wore dead men's medals through their cheeks. They were armed with autoguns, stubbers, chain knives, stolen laslocks, grenade satchels, flamers, mining charges, and faith in the certainty that Akabus would kill them worse than the Imperium if they failed. They were not good soldiers. They did not need to be. They were mass, noise, blood, and terror given direction. Below them, the skin-tithe legions loaded in chained silence. Slave infantry by the million, pressed from conquered worlds, failed rebellions, butchered stations, and prisons taken from imperial shipping lanes. Their uniforms did not match. Their boots did not match. Their weapons often did not match the ammunition issued to them. They would advance through minefields, clog roads with corpses, draw fire, carry plague icons, pull gun carriages, dig trenches with bleeding hands, and die in heaps so that the true killers could move unseen beneath the weight of their deaths. In the forge holds, the midnight anvil woke. Warpsmiths and armory thralls moved among corrupted armor columns with oil sensors, bone saws, plasma torches, and electro whips. Rhinos squatted in rows, their hulls scratched with lightning and their interiors still wet from the last passengers they had carried. Land raiders growled as their machine spirits strained against restraint prayers, assault ramps twitching like jaws eager to open. Predators bore sponson-less cannons and autocannons with demon faces welded around the barrels. Vindicators sat under hanging chains, siege shields layered with the pressed bones of those crushed in previous breaches. Hellbrutes roared in their pens, half-mad warriors entombed inside iron sarcophagi, their weapon limbs clamped until deployment. Defilers skittered in circles, claws scraping sparks from the deck. Helldrakes clung upside down in launch cathedral rafters, wings folded, furnace hearts pulsing under scales of metal and warp flesh. The armories of the throat of midnight were temples to murder without prayer. Corrupted power armor hung in repair cages, plates patched with ceramite, flayed leather, and adamantium staples. Lightning claws were sharpened by blind thralls who lost fingers if the edge did not satisfy. Chain blades were fed fresh teeth, their engines tested against hanging carcasses. Power axes rested in stasis racks, their fields waking with predatory hums when night lords passed near. Combi bolters were stripped, blessed with curses, and loaded with mass reactive shells. Volkite relics, rare and jealous, were carried by old veterans who remembered when such weapons were not relics at all. Plasma guns were tended by armory adepts who whispered apologies to coils that might kill them for insolence. Meltaguns were stacked for bunker work. Jump packs were fueled beneath cages of screaming prisoners whose fear pleased the raptor cults. Boarding torpedoes were filled with killers, breaching charges, murder servitors, and enough spite to turn corridors into butcher gutters. Above all of it, in reputation if not in size, was the axe of Krieg Atzibus. The warband spoke of it when they thought he could not hear, which meant they were fools, because Arquebus heard whatever fear spoke loudly enough. It was not merely a power axe. Lesser warriors carried power axes. Officers posed with them. Executioners swung them. The Axemaster's weapon was a battlefield event. Its edge did not cut so much as decide separation. It detonated ceramite around impact points. It made refractor fields scream and fail. It struck storm shields hard enough to turn the arm behind them to paste. Wounds left by it did not close cleanly, even for Astartes. Demon fire crawled through the meat after the blade withdrew, chewing nerves, boiling blood, whispering in the voice of the victim's first fear. The axe was why veterans watched the distance between themselves and Asibus's hand. It was why captains weighed words. It is why kneeling could be fatal and defiance could be worse. In the Strategium, the hololith of Sanctus Malvora spun above a pit of black light. Arquebus stood before it in silence, the axe grounded at his side. His wings folded behind him like torn banners. The mouth scars beneath his helm rim were pale against demon flesh. Around him, the axe court argued because he allowed it. Orbital ring first, Garradon said. His Terminator gauntlet pointed toward the shimmering defense lattice. Break the stations, blind the macro cannon bastions, then descend in force. Nethrak gave a rasping laugh from the shadowed wall where his talons pierced the metal. Descend in force, he says. How very noble. Shall we paint ourselves blue and march in rows as well? Rows hold ground, Garradon said. Rows make graves easy to count. Malkarian Voss tilted his skull helm. Let the guard count. It comforts them. Corpse worshippers love numbers, regiments, tithes, saints, casualties. They think a thing named and recorded cannot still be meaningless. Vorkel's voice came through the brand-scarred grille of his helm. The shrine networks are the throat. Cut there. Priests, confession channels, pilgrim routes, reliquary convoys. Make faith carry the infection for us. One of the sorcerers of the bleeding choir hissed softly. The astropaths first, always the blind first. A world that cannot beg properly dies alone. Nethrak clicked his claws. A world that begs loudly draws saviors. Saviors carry better armor. That earned laughter from several helms. Dry, cruel, brief. Night Lord's humor lived in the narrow space between contempt and murder. They mocked loyalists as corpse worshippers, throne pets, shrine dogs, oath-drunk fools. They mocked the servants of the gods as kneelers, altar meat, horn-kissed fools who traded one master for another and called the collar a blessing. Most of all, they mocked one another, because brotherhood in the 8th Legion was a blade kept sheathed only until outsiders entered the room. A noble thought from a winged carrion eater, Garadon said to Nethrak. How many times did you flee Aquaxus before landing? Only once more than you could count, ancient. I can count to the number of raptors I have killed for screaming too soon. Then you can count almost to your own age. Asubus let them speak. The hololith expanded, revealing the Gethsemane subsector in brutal detail. Sanctus Malvora was not alone. Forge moons orbited its industrial gas giant. Orbital tithe stations gathered pilgrims, grain, promethium, ammunition and bodies for the world below. Shrine worlds burned with devotional traffic. Fortress hives locked the main approaches. Naval squadrons patrolled the shipping lanes. The system was a cage of guns wrapped around a cathedral. Its defences were worthy of attention. Void shields layered over Sanctus Malvora's primary hives and Cardinal Basilica complexes. Orbital defence platforms held lance arrays, missile silos, macro cannon rings, and Auspex webs capable of tracking fleet movement from the outer dark. Imperial Navy interceptors waited in hangar keeps cut into the ring stations. Cadian pattern infantry regiments, stern, drilled and stubborn, held the main trench belts around the equatorial approaches. Local planetary defense hive legions manned fortress walls in numbers too vast to matter individually, but enough to drown breach zones in lasfire. Militarum Tempestus kill teams guarded command nodes, astropathic chambers, and relic vaults, with discipline that could not be broken by ordinary panic. Adeptus Mechanicus Noosphere defences wrapped forge moons in encrypted machine hymns and counter-intrusion spirits. Skitari maniples waited in rad-sealed silence beneath red robes, their galvanic rifles and arc weapons blessed by Binharic cant. And there were Space Marines. A small loyalist force called the Sable Swords had answered the Cardinal World's old oath. Not enough to hold a planet against the gathered host of Akabus.
Remember, don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe. Support helps.
Enough to matter. Enough to kill Night Lords who assumed humans were the only prey. Enough to force the war to become interesting. Akabus raised one talon and the hololith shifted again. We isolate the system first, he said. All voices died. No invasion until the outer relays are dead or speaking with our voices. The astropathic choirs will be blinded, broken, or made useful. Pilgrim vessels from the outer shrine routes will be taken, opened, filled with witnesses, and released. Refugees will carry panic faster than our ships can cross the void. The world rotated, its shrine routes glowing red. The bleeding choir will seed false commands into the Vox. The dead will order redeployments. Governors will hear confessionals from men not yet captured. Priests will receive visions of gates opening. Some will obey, some will resist, both will serve. Malkarian nodded slowly. The 8th Maw? Hidden until the defenders overcommit. Their first waves will not take walls. They will make the defenders believe the main assault has begun. The skin-tithe legions will die in the open approaches. The sable swords will move to cut the head from what they think is a crude assault. And then? Vorkel asked. Asubus turned the hololith until the underhive structure beneath Sanctus Malvora's cardinal hive burned in pale green. Then we strike from below. Even Garadon was silent for a moment. Asubus continued. Shrine networks infiltrated, corpse guilds purchased, sewer clans promised survival, confessor cells replaced, reliquary transports hollowed out and filled with claws. While they look upward and outward, we rise beneath their altars. When they withdraw to protect the cathedral hive, the midnight anvil breaks the ring. When they send reserves to the ring, the carrion talons take the bell towers. When they commit the sable swords, I will know where courage has gathered. And there you will go, Nethrak said. Asubus's smile was slight. There I will go. Deep below the strategium, mortals continued loading shells until their palms split and left bloody handprints on brass casings. Armory thralls inspected bolters with shaking fingers, knowing a flawed firing pin meant execution. One such thrall missed a cracked feed tooth in a combi bolter assigned to a claw champion. The overseer did not shout. He simply dragged the man to the test rack, fixed the weapon against his abdomen, and fired until the malfunction cleared through meat. The thrall's remains were scraped into nutrient vats before the next inspection cycle began. Mortal officers received their assignments with white faces and empty eyes. Victory, if they survived it, meant another war. Failure meant a slower death. That was the generosity of the Axemaster's empire. It gave purpose to the doomed and called the result command. Among those mortal officers stood Admiral Hest Valen, master of the captured cruiser Penitent Wound. He bowed with the rest. He spoke when spoken to. He did not sweat more than the others. His collar showed no irregular pulse. His thoughts, however, had already betrayed him. 3 decks below his command throne, in a sealed reliquary chamber filled with stolen saints' bones, a coded transmission had been prepared inside an antique imperial beacon. Coordinates, fleet strength estimates, approach vectors, a plea to any loyal servant of the Emperor. Valen believed himself clever. He believed the Imperium might reward him with absolution, or at least kill him more cleanly than Acerbus would. He believed the signal, masked beneath scrap code and devotional static, would leave the fleet unnoticed when the next false refugee burst was released. The beacon fired. In the strategium, a tiny rune flickered at the edge of the hololith. No one else saw it. Asubus did. The signal slipped into the dark, carrying betrayal toward Imperial ears. Vorkel's helm turned slightly, perhaps sensing the shift in his master's attention. Something amuses you. Asubus watched Sanctus Malvora turn in miniature, bright with guns, faith, and doomed preparation. One of our admirals has remembered his emperor, he said. The chamber hardened. Shall I bring him? Malkarian asked. No. Nethrak's claws flexed. Shall I bring part of him? No. The Axemaster let the signal travel a little farther. Let it pierce the outer silence. Let it run screaming for rescue through the dark between stars. A larger enemy response, Asubus said, means a larger audience. Sanctus Malvora did not see the fleet arrive. That was mercy, and mercy was only useful when it was brief. The first warnings came as prayers. Across the outer shrine stations, cathedral vox towers awoke without human command. Bronze speakers shaped like cherub mouths crackled above pilgrim concourses, manufactorum dormitories, tithe-counting halls, and cold devotional plazas where statues of saints stared blind into the polluted dawn. The vox spirits cleared their throats in static. Priests lifted their heads from lecterns. Confessors paused with knives still wet from penitent flesh. Administratum clerks looked up from parchment mountains and machine-stamped ration tallies. Then children's hymns began playing backward through the system. The melody was old, harmless, and holy when sung correctly. Every pilgrim knew it. Every orphan scholar used it to teach obedience. Every hive child of Sanctus Malvora had once mouthed its words beneath the shadow of cathedral spires. Reversed, stretched, and layered with wet breathing, it became something that crawled into the ear and nested behind the eye. Men forgot their catechisms mid-sentence. Women in prayer queues clawed at their own mouths to stop themselves singing along. Servo skulls drifted in circles, lenses strobing. Cherubim servitors slammed their faces into chapel windows until the glass ran with red. The first false distress call came from St. Orthran's reliquary station, though the station had reported all clear less than a minute earlier. "All loyal vessels, this is Governor Kessel," said a voice that had belonged to a dead man for 9 years. "By authority of the Cardinal Throne, open refugee corridors. Open all corridors. They are inside the walls. They are wearing our faces. Do not trust the confessors. Do not trust the black ships. Do not trust the bells." The signal cut to screaming. Then another governor spoke. Then another. Dead administrators, executed admirals, martyred colonels, drowned cardinals, vanished choir masters, and one planetary lord whose skull had been kept in a reliquary beneath the cathedral hive for 3 centuries, all began issuing contradictory commands across secure channels. They called for evacuation. They called for quarantine. They named loyal officers as traitors. They recited classified defense codes in voices that wept blood into the vox. In the astropathic sanctums of Sanctus Malvora, the blind choir convulsed as one. The sanctioned psychers sat in concentric thrones beneath iron halos, their sockets covered by blessed silver plates, their tongues painted with oils from terror's shrines. They had been trained to endure warp storms, Xenos echoes, demonic pressure, and the screaming distances between stars. They had not been trained for what the bleeding choir sent them. They saw the cardinal world already dead. They saw the cathedral spires bent into hooks. They saw the void shields turned inward, trapping the population beneath a glass bowl of screams. They saw space marines in midnight armor walking through nurseries of bone. They saw the emperor's face carved from black ice, melting into a pool of open eyes. They saw Krieg Akabus standing upon the world's altar with a crown of severed hands and an axe that opened planets. Some began to transmit warnings, some began to pray, some bit through their own tongues. One choir master tore free from his restraint throne, sockets smoking, and whispered, "He is not coming, he is already here." Then his skull split from brow to jaw, and a swarm of black flies poured out, each one speaking a different command code. In the command bunker beneath Bastion Malvora Primus, men killed one another before the first enemy shell fell. A Vox officer reported an order from High Command to redeploy the artillery reserves. The colonel beside him heard a different order through the same channel, commanding immediate execution of compromised signal staff. The commissar heard the voice of his dead mentor accusing the entire bunker of cowardice. He drew his bolt pistol and shot the Vox officer through the back of the head. The colonel shot the commissar. 3 guardsmen fired into the colonel's aides. A priest began ringing a handbell and screaming that confession would identify the possessed. By the time the bunker's secondary command staff restored internal discipline, 14 officers lay dead. The Vox banks were painted with blood, and no one trusted any order not delivered face to face. In the void beyond Sanctus Malvora, the orbital ring finally saw the darkness move. The first Night Lords did not descend to the planet. They struck the heavens. Boarding claws fired from the shadowed approach of murder frigates, crossing the void as black spears wreathed in engine flame. Defense Station Veritas sounded collision alarms and rotated its macro batteries toward the incoming craft. Too slow. The claws punched into its armor skin and bit deep. Petals of adamantium opened. Pressure screamed outward. Men, parchment, ration tins, severed limbs, and prayer banners burst into space in frozen clouds. The Night Lords entered through the wounds. They came in midnight plate and lightning marks, bolters raised, chain blades growling, helm lenses red in the emergency gloom. Mortal crewmen ran with fire extinguishers, laser guns, tools, anything their hands found before their minds accepted what had boarded them. The first crew gang vanished beneath bolter fire. Mass reactive shells detonated inside bodies and turned the corridor into a slick tunnel of meat, bone chips, and shredded void suits. A lieutenant tried to seal a blast door. A Night Lord caught it before it closed, one gauntlet wedged between slabs of steel, and laughed while his brothers cut through the men behind it. At St. Baruch's Lance platform, raptors entered through maintenance shafts too narrow for sane warriors in power armor. They folded themselves through the dark like carrion beasts, talons scraping sparks from duct walls, jump packs silent until the last moment. They dropped into targeting chapels where gunnery crews chanted firing litanies before cathedral brass consoles. Claws flashed. Priests died with censers still swinging. Mortal crewmen were dragged from their thrones, opened from throat to pelvis, and nailed back into place with targeting needles driven through hands, feet, and faces. The station kept firing for another 6 minutes, guided by the dead fingers of its crew and the laughing corrections of the Night Lords controlling the guns. In the command chapel of Orthran's Shield Bastion, Terminators of the Axe Court teleported into existence amid lightning and frost. Their arrival burst servitors apart and hurled officers from their feet. Tactical dreadnought armor loomed in the incense fog. Ancient plate scarred by the long war, combi bolters already cycling. Stormtroopers in black carapace reacted with admirable speed, hellguns flashing in disciplined volleys. The first Terminator took 3 shots to the eye lens, staggered, and answered with a stream of bolts that pulped the entire firing line into steaming ruin. A priest raised a relic mace and shouted the Emperor's name. Garradon caught him by the skull, crushed it, and wiped the wet remains across the altar. From the throat of midnight, Krieg Akabus watched. He did not lead the first wave. Not yet. The strategium around him flickered with kill feeds, augur returns, casualty runes, vox intercepts, and the bleeding light of Sanctus Malvora's defense grid. His captains saw the opening attacks and hungered to commit fully. Acerbus did not indulge them. The world below still had order. Order had to be made ashamed before it could be killed properly. "Do not grant them clarity," he said. Lord Nethrak hissed from the shadowed wall. "The sable swords have deployed." That earned attention. On the hololith, clean blue runes cut through the spreading confusion. Drop signatures from the Loyalist strike cruiser, Oath of Iron. Thunderhawks moving with precision. Teleport flares at ring stations not yet lost. The sable swords answered like Adeptus Astartes, not like frightened mortals. They did not chase screams. They did not abandon objectives to rescue every dying crewman. They moved in squads, sealed breaches, established fire lanes, resecured command nodes, and killed Night. Lords with cold, efficient hatred. On Defense Station Veritas, a squad of sable swords breached into a corridor hung with the skins of the gunnery crew, they did not slow. Their sergeant marked targets with a clenched fist. Flamers washed the walls. Auspex scanned for false life signs. Bolters spoke in disciplined pairs. A Night Lord dropped from the ceiling and took a chainsword to the neck before his claws reached flesh. Another tried to use a dying mortal as a shield. The sable sword fired through the man without hesitation and killed both. Better than shrine dogs, Garadon admitted. Loyalists with spines, Nethrak said. How refreshing. I had begun to think the Emperor only bred candles. Akabus watched a sable sword's captain lead a counter-assault through a docking umbilical, power sword cutting down 2 of the carrion talons in quick succession. The man did not speak except to give orders. He did not rage at the flayed banners. He did not pause when Night Lords voxed the screams of his wounded brothers over the squad channel. He advanced. Asabus's smile was thin. Leave them, he said. The captains looked toward him. Do not meet their strength where they have chosen to place it. Cut everything around them. The strategy changed like a blade turning in the hand. Night Lords withdrew from strong loyalist spearheads, not in panic, but with contemptuous discipline. They lured the sable swords into sealed sections, then abandoned the decks and murdered elsewhere. Logistics bays became charnel houses. Ammunition lifts were sabotaged, their anti-grav cradles failing and dropping shell pallets through crowded deck crews. Fuel reserves ignited in chain reactions that consumed entire station arms. Medicae evacuation centres were found, their Red Cross lights twisted into targeting beacons. Wounded defenders were stacked against doors and wired with charges, so rescue teams killed those they came to save. Command relays died one by one, not always by explosion, sometimes by replacement. At Relay Basilica Tertius, the senior Vox Magister continued giving orders for nearly an hour after his death. His body remained seated in its throne, spine drilled through with copper wire, jaw worked by a Night Lord's terror savant crouched behind the console. Reinforcements were sent into empty corridors. Fire support was redirected onto friendly trench lines. A sable sword squad was ordered to hold a station shrine already vented to space. Below, on Sanctus Malvora itself, the Astra Militarum began dying in numbers that made individual horror meaningless, and then, by sheer scale, made it holy. The trench belts around Hive Canticum stretched for hundreds of miles, cut through ash plains, pilgrim grave fields, and manufactorum slag. Cadian pattern regiments held the central lines in grey armour and rebreathers. Laser guns braced on firing steps. Heavy weapons teams crouched beneath plasteel covers. Local PDF Hive legions filled the rear trenches, packed shoulder to shoulder, faces pale under steel helmets stamped with the Cardinal's sigil. The first macro shells fell short of the walls. They had been fired from captured orbital guns. A habstack behind the trench line vanished. It did not collapse. It ceased to exist in a rising pillar of dust, heat, furniture, bodies, prayer books, and pulverized ferrocrete. The shockwave flattened 3 reserve companies and turned their lungs to paste inside their ribs. The next shell struck a defense tower and toppled it across the trenches. Men ran beneath its falling shadow. None outran it. The tower came down with cathedral weight, crushing bunkers, command pits, ammunition stores, and whole platoons into a red seam beneath broken stone. Artillery followed. The trenches became drainage channels for blood. Earthshaker impacts lifted men into the air in pieces. Mortar bursts filled dugouts with shrapnel and teeth. Heavy bolter fire from infiltrated flanking positions cut packed squads into spasming heaps. Medicae orderlies crawled through the mud, dragging the wounded by straps, until Night Lords began targeting the white-marked helmets, turning the aid lanes into bait. Commissars did their work. They shot deserters in the back. They shot men who dropped rifles. They shot men who prayed too loudly and men who prayed not at all. One commissar stood on a firing step with his coat burning at the hem, bolt pistol raised, roaring that the Emperor saw all. Cowardice. A Night Lord sniper removed his jaw. He lived long enough for the bleeding choir to capture the sound he made trying to speak without it. Within minutes, the commissar's broken gurgling was playing across the trench vox, looped between false orders and reversed hymns. Men heard the voice of discipline reduced to wet animal panic. Some broke, others held, all heard. The Adeptus Mechanicus resisted longer than mortal faith. On the Forge Moon, Galvanax Secundus, Skitari Maniples sealed hab zones with radlocks and emotionless precision. Vanguard cohorts advanced through contaminated corridors, galvanic rifles crackling, rad carbines glowing with sick light. Rangers picked off cult infiltrators through smoke with machine calm. Tech priests entered Nospheric communion and began purging corrupted data ghosts from defense grids. Binharic prayers snapped through invisible channels. Scrap code infections were isolated, caged, and burned in logic furnaces. For a time, the machine held. Then Asubus opened the possessed servitors. They had been seeded into captured pilgrim shipments weeks before. Lobotomized bodies fitted with devotional plating, purity seals, and hidden demon code bound beneath their wetware. When the activation signal came, their backs split open. Mechadendrites unfolded like spider legs. Their mouths opened and transmitted scrap code in choirs of static and laughter. The noosphere screamed. Machine spirits clawed at their own command chains. Gun servitors rotated away from enemies and fired into control shrines. Doors opened onto hard vacuum. Targeting runes displayed saints' faces instead of coordinates. Skitari squad leaders received kill orders naming themselves as heretic assets. Some obeyed. Others locked their limbs and fought the commands until their implants burned out through their skulls. Tech priests chanted the canticles of abjuration while blood ran from their auditory ports. Asubus watched the Forge Moon's defense lattice flicker. Machine faith, he said, is still faith. The first Hive city fell without being conquered. Hive Ramiel had walls thick enough to endure months of siege, void shields sufficient to turn aside atmospheric bombardment, and gate bastions armed with enough guns to shred armoured columns before they reached firing range. It had food stores, militia reserves, pilgrim levies, and sanctified panic shelters beneath every district. It opened itself. False alarms drove entire Hab districts toward the inner gates. Vox warnings claimed the outer domes were breached. Picked feeds showed Night Lords moving through corridors where no enemy had landed. Confessors ordered evacuation toward the Basilica levels, then denied giving the order. The Crush became a living weapon. Millions surged through pilgrim roads, transit shafts, reliquary avenues, and market tunnels. Mothers clutched icons. Old men dragged ration carts. Militia tried to form barricades and were trampled by those they meant to save. At Gate Mercy Ascendant, the crowd pressed so hard against the inner locks that the defense militia opened them to prevent a stampede. That was when the cult armies entered. They had been waiting in the corpse canals beneath the gateworks, hidden among refuse barges and burial shipments. The Eighth Maw flooded upward in masks, chains, rusted armor, and ecstatic filth. Chain knives rose and fell. Flamers washed through packed bodies. Autoguns fired until barrels glowed. Behind them came rhinos painted in midnight lightning, engines roaring, commanders chained to their rear hooks. The vehicles dragged captured officers behind them at speed, painting the avenue in red ropes of flesh until only bones and scraps of uniform bounced across the stones. Chain cannons mounted on corrupted predators opened on the refugee columns. There was no clean killing there, no duel, no honor. The packed masses became mist, pulp, and collapsing waves of bodies. Limbs spun through the air. Prayer banners vanished beneath blood spray. Men slipped on the remains of those beside them and were ground beneath the next surge. The hive's defenders tried to close the gate, but the dead clogged the mechanism and the living crawled over them screaming. By the time the real assault began, Hive Ramiel was already dying from the inside. Only then did the clouds above Sanctus Malvora split. The sky burned with anti-air fire. Defense lasers stabbed upward. Flak bursts opened, black flowers in the storm. Missiles trailed white smoke. The Cardinal Hive's primary void shield generator rose from the cathedral district like a fortress altar, a machine shrine the size of a mountain, ringed by bastions, plasma vents, and chanting tech adepts. Around it, the city shook beneath bombardment and panic. Something vast descended through the fire. Krieg Akabus fell from the clouds with his wings spread wide, burning but unbroken, axe held in both hands, armor lit by the light of 1,000 guns. Shells burst against him. Lascanon beams scored his plate. Flak detonations tore ragged holes through his wings that sealed in trails of black flame. He did not slow. He struck the peak of the primary cathedral's void shield generator like judgment hurled from orbit. Stone cracked. Machinery screamed. The shield dome above Sanctus Malvora flickered once, bathing the dying city in midnight light. Akabus rose amid the fire, and at last the world saw him. The void shield generator died in layers. First came the sound, a cathedral groan deep enough to rattle teeth inside sealed helms. Then came the light, a flicker of blue-white radiance passing across the upper hive like the last pulse of a murdered god. Finally came the pressure wave, rolling down from the generator crown through the buttresses, reliquary towers, gun galleries, and prayer bridges of Sanctus Malvora's cardinal fortress. Captain Acasta Ven felt it through the soles of his boots. He stood before the western transept of the outer sanctum, power sword drawn, helm lenses fixed on the burning shape atop the generator shrine. Around him, the veterans of the sable swords held formation in the smoke. Their armor was dark steel and sable, edged in white oath script and lit by the red glow of warning runes. Their heraldry had not been painted for beauty. It was austere, blade-like, severe. A chapter made for war, not spectacle. "Generator crown breached," said Brother Halvek over the squad vox. "Void shield integrity failing across the cathedral district." "Confirmed," Ven replied. His voice remained level. "All squads hold assigned sanctum lines. Do not pursue shadows. Do not answer enemy vox. Do not break formation for screams." A priest behind him began chanting louder, his voice trembling beneath the weight of incense and terror. Hundreds of mortal defenders filled the nave approaches. Stormtroopers in black carapace, Cardinal Guard with gilded breastplates and hotshot lasguns, gun servitors chained into redoubts, penitents carrying ammunition caskets, and robed clergy clutching icons with hands that had begun to shake. Above them, servo skulls drifted through incense smoke, lenses blinking, quills scratching casualty tallies on strips of parchment that fluttered like skin. The cathedral fortress had been built to withstand rebellion, siege, famine, and orbital fire. Its outer sanctum was a city of stone and faith beneath one roof. pillars wide as Hab towers held up vaulted ceilings lost in smoke. Statues of saints loomed along the walls, each carved with swords raised and faces stern, as if marble could disapprove of death strongly enough to prevent it. Dreadnought-scale gun platforms rested on tracked cradles between the pillars, their autocannons and plasma mortars locked toward the breached approaches. Heavy bolter nests covered the nave. Melter teams waited behind adamantium reliquaries. Crack missile launchers rested on the shoulders of veterans who had not spoken since deployment. Ven heard the enemy before he saw him. Not the roar of cultists, not the clatter of slave infantry, not the wet laughter of night lords across hijacked vox channels. A footfall. Stone cracked somewhere beyond the sanctum gates. Another. Then the great bronze doors of the western approach folded inward as if struck by a descending god. Krieg Asibus entered through the ruin. He did not charge. He did not need to. He walked through the smoke with his wings spread and burning, his horns dragging sparks from the shattered archway above him, his armor a mass of midnight plate, demon flesh, and crawling lightning. Anti-air fire had gouged him. Lascanon scars burned across his breastplate. One wing was torn open in ragged holes, black blood dripping from the membrane and hissing when it touched sanctified stone. In his hand, the axe growled. "Fire," Ben said. The outer sanctum answered with everything it had. Storm bolters hammered first, mass reactive shells bursting across Asibus's armor in a storm of white flashes and black fragments. Heavy bolters followed, the disciplined thunder of their fire filling the nave. Hellguns stabbed bright lines into his chest and legs. Autocannon shells detonated around him, chewing chips from pillars and blowing chunks from his armor. Plasma mortars dropped sun-hot bursts into his path. Crack missiles struck his shoulder and hip hard enough to stagger him. He kept walking. A melter team stepped from behind a reliquary of St. Bones and fired at close range. The beams struck his left wing and burned it down to expose spars of bone and metal. The membrane vanished in a stink of cooked meat and warp smoke. The priest nearest the melter team shouted triumph for half a heartbeat. Akaba swung the axe. The blow did not merely cut the melter team apart, it split the reliquary behind them, the men before it, the stone beneath it, and the air itself. Armor, bone, fuel canisters, and sacred remains burst outward in a single expanding spray. Demon fire crawled from the wounds of the dead men, running along exposed nerves and through the cracked floor like hungry blue-black insects. The priest's triumph became a wet choking sound when a shard of saint bone punched through his throat. "Maintain interval," Ven ordered. "Plasma second rank. Missile teams, aim for joints. Brother Chaplain, hold the mortal line." Brother Chaplain Odrin strode forward beneath a Crozius crowned with a black iron sword. His skull helm turned toward the stormtroopers faltering near the left barricade. "Stand!" he roared. "You stand in the Emperor's house. You die facing the door." The mortal line steadied, not from courage alone, from command, from shame, from the presence of warriors who did not flinch before the demon walking toward them. The sable swords fought as Adeptus Astartes. They did not waste fire. They did not howl. They did not answer Akabus's silence with bravado. Tactical squads overlapped their arcs, falling back by measured steps as the demon prince advanced. Plasma volleys struck his torso and arms in timed bursts, forcing him to turn his axe to shield the worst impacts. Crack missiles targeted knee joints, hip cabling, wing roots. Auspex readings flowed through the squad net, marking heat blooms beneath demon plate, fractures in armor, micropauses in motion. A veteran with a thunderhammer led the countercharge only when Ven gave the word, striking the axe haft hard enough to drive its blade aside before another marine slammed a power fist into Asabus's ribs. For a moment, the Axemaster slowed. His laughter came through the vox, low and layered. "Better," he said. The thunderhammer struck again, this time against his wounded side. Black blood splashed across the hammerhead. Asabus reached through the next plasma volley, seized the hammerbearer by the helm, and crushed the ceramite until the head inside collapsed with a sound like a wet shell breaking. He used the corpse as a shield against the next crack missile, letting the Loyalist's ruined body take the blast. Then he hurled the remains into the stormtrooper line, flattening 3 men beneath transhuman weight. Ven saw the pattern shift. Asabus stopped trying to break the Space Marines first. He turned upon the humans around them. The axe fell into the Cardinal Guard. A whole rank vanished, split open in a fan of blood, armor, and white bone. A backhand blow sent men spinning through the air in separate pieces, limbs trailing arterial spray across the incense haze. He crushed a stormtrooper beneath one taloned foot and ground the man into the floor until carapace plate, organs, and ammunition pouches burst into a red-black smear. He caught a fleeing ammunition penitent by the chain around his neck and whipped him through a gun crew, snapping bodies aside like dolls of meat. The mortals broke in pockets, not all at once. The best held. The stormtroopers nearest the chaplain stayed in line and fired until their barrels glowed. The gun servitors continued cycling ammunition because fear had been cut out of their minds long ago. The priests kept chanting, though some chanted too fast, their voices cracking around words of faith that suddenly sounded thin. But fear spread faster than orders. Asabus made sure of it. He lifted a Cardinal Guard officer from the floor, pierced through, the abdomen by one claw. The man thrashed, boots kicking, mouth wide behind his rebreather. Asabus held him high enough for the mortal ranks to see, then slowly opened him from sternum to groin with the edge of a talon. Entrails spilled steaming down the demon's wrist. The officer died before he hit the ground, but the sound the witnessing men made lived longer than he did. The line buckled. Night Lords entered through the gaps. They had been waiting beyond the smoke, letting their master become the storm. Now they came laughing, bolters firing, chain blades shrieking, lightning claws tearing into exposed backs. They did not throw themselves at the sable swords head-on. They butchered the mortals beside them, behind them, beneath them. They killed Vox operators, Medici orderlies, ammunition runners, priests, and banner bearers. They turned support into slaughter. The Loyalists adjusted, but the battle shape had already changed. The sable swords were no longer a wall. They were islands in a flood. A dreadnought of the sable swords advanced from the inner nave. Ancient Brother Corvain, entombed in sarcophagus and adamantium, came forward beneath a storm of incense and shell smoke. His chassis bore scars older than the war for Sanctus Malvora. A power fist the size of a shrine gate flexed at his side. His assault cannons spun up with a rising whine. "Traitor," the ancient voxed, his voice distorted by machine depth and sacred rage. "I remember your kind from the long dark. Come and be ended." Asabus turned. The assault cannon opened fire. Rounds stitched across the demon prince's chest and shoulders, explosive impacts chewing armor and flesh into smoking craters. Asabus spread his wounded wings and charged. Corvain met him. The dreadnought's power fist struck Asabus in the ribs with the force of a collapsing wall. Ceramite and bone cracked. Black blood burst from the demon prince's mouth. darkening the old ring scars around his lips. The impact drove him sideways through a stone pillar, shattering it, collapsing a section of balcony above. Statues fell and exploded across the floor. Asubus laughed blood. He seized the dreadnaught's sarcophagus housing with his left claw before the ancient could withdraw. The power fist struck again, crushing into his side, grinding plate inward. Asubus did not let go. His talons punched through purity seals, armor plating, and adamantium casing. Machine oil sprayed across his hand. He drew himself close, bringing his face to the cracked vision slit where the withered warrior within burned with hate. "Remember this," Asubus whispered. The axe came up. Corvain fired his underslung storm bolter point blank. Shells burst across Asubus's arm and face. One tore away part of his cheek. Another lodged in horn and detonated in a flash of black fragments. The axe descended into the sarcophagus. The blade punched through the coffin plate, through the amniotic cradle, through the ancient body within. The power field howled as it chewed past reactor shielding. For an instant, red light flooded the cracked vision slit. Then the thing inside burst outward through the opening in a gout of blood, bone splinters, neural fluid, and shredded life support tubing. The dreadnaught's limbs spasmed. Its power fist opened and closed once, as if trying to grasp a memory. Then the machine toppled backward, dead weight shaking the nave. The cathedral became a slaughterhouse. Servo skulls fell from the air like metal insects, smashed by stray fire or overloaded by scrap code whispers. Incense smoke thickened with blood steam until the air tasted hot and metallic. Priests chanted through choking lungs as pulverized masonry drifted down in grey clouds. Some continued their hymns while carrying their own severed hands against their chests, too deep in faith or shock to understand the loss. Others were buried alive beneath shattered saints. Gun servitors kept firing after their flesh components died, weapons tracking poorly through smoke, mowing down friend and foe alike until night lords tore them from their mounts. Ven fought his way toward the altar. He killed a night lord with a thrust beneath the gorget, ripped his sword free, and shot another through the eye lens with his bolt pistol. His squad contracted around him. Brother Halvek fell with both legs gone, dragging himself upright long enough to detonate a crack grenade beneath a charging hellbrute that had forced its way through the broken doors. Brother Seragon lost an arm to lightning claws and killed his attacker by headbutting him until both helms split. Chaplain Odrin stood atop a mound of dead mortals and traitors, Crozius rising and falling, his vox still roaring litanies of hatred. A Kerbus came for them through the smoke. Ven met him before the high altar of Sanctus Malvora, beneath a statue of the Emperor carved larger than a Titan's head. The golden face looked down without expression. Its hands held a sword and a world. Both were cracked. "Krieg Akabus," Ven said, blade raised. "Slave to darkness." The demon prince stopped. Around them, men died in waves. The altar cloth burned. Blood ran down the marble steps in streams. The corpse of ancient Corvain smoked behind him. Akabus tilted his head. "All beings are slaves." Ven's grip tightened on his sword. "The corpse on terror slaves mankind to a throne of hunger," Akabus continued. "The gods slave their faithful with gifts. Honor slaves you to dying where wiser men would withdraw. Fear slaves every mortal from first breath to final darkness." His axe rose slightly. "The only question is whether they serve fear honestly." Ven attacked. He was fast, controlled, and strong with the disciplined wrath of a space marine captain. His power sword struck sparks from Akabus's axe haft, cut across demon plate, and drove toward old wounds marked by Auspec's feed. He did not waste motion on flourish. Every blow sought function. Every step preserved balance. He fired his bolt pistol into exposed tissue between strikes, using detonations to force openings. Around him, the last of his veterans poured fire into Asubus with ruthless timing. For several moments, the Demon Prince was held. Not defeated, never that, but checked by skill, oath, and the refusal of loyalists to die conveniently. Then Asubus changed the rhythm. He let Ven's sword bite into his forearm, deep enough to lodge. Ven tried to tear it free. Asubus closed his taloned hand around the blade and held it there while the power field burned through his palm. With his other hand, he struck Ven across the chest. The blow cracked the captain's breastplate and hurled him into the altar steps. Ven rose. Asubus was already there. The axe haft smashed down across Ven's sword arm. Ceramite broke. Bone beneath it snapped with a wet crunch amplified by armor vox. Ven's power sword fell from dead fingers and clattered across the blood-slick marble. He drew a combat knife with his other hand and drove it into Acabus's thigh. Acabus looked down at the blade. Then he drove Ven to the floor with one clawed foot on his chest. The captain strained beneath him, armor servos whining, broken arm hanging uselessly. Acabus lowered the axe until its edge rested across Ven's gorget. A little pressure would end him. The power field licked at the armor, making it glow. "Kill me," Ven said. "No." The word was softer than the battle around them. Ven's helm lenses stared up, unbroken. Coward. Asubus leaned closer. Blood from his ruined cheek dripped onto the loyalist's faceplate. "You will watch." Behind him, the last defense of the outer sanctum collapsed. The mortal line had become a rout. Night Lords drove men toward the nave center, where chain blades waited. Priests were dragged from behind the altar screens. Gun platforms fell silent one by one. Chaplain Odrin died standing, surrounded by traitors he had killed, his crozier still locked in one gauntlet until a Night Lord severed the arm and took it as a trophy. Acabus kept Ven alive beneath the axe while the cathedral fell. When the bells began to ring, they did not move by mechanism. Acabus had ordered prisoners taken from the surviving defenders, priests, stormtroopers, officers, and screaming penitents with enough strength left in their bodies to twitch. Night Lords climbed the bell towers above the sanctum and hung them from the chains by hooks through ribs, shoulders, jaws, and spines. Then the chains were hauled by engines until the bells swung. Iron thunder rolled across Sanctus Malvora. Between each peal came screaming. The sound carried over the burning hive, over the broken trench lines, over the corpse-choked refugee avenues and the shattered bastions. It passed through vox static and smoke, and the failing prayers of a world learning that faith could be drowned beneath enough blood. Beneath the high altar, Captain Acasta Ven watched through cracked helm lenses as the cathedral bells sang victory in iron and agony. Sanctus Malvora did not fall in a day. It died in layers, each one peeled back by fire, panic, hunger, and the patient cruelty of warriors who had spent 10,000 years learning that a world was not conquered when its walls broke. A world was conquered when those behind the walls began to envy the dead. The Cardinal Hive still burned where Krieg Arquebus had broken the cathedral's outer sanctum. Its bells continued to ring across the upper city, hauled by engines and the spasming bodies of prisoners hooked into the chains. Each iron peal rolled over avenues filled with ash, over manufactorum roofs sagging under heat, over pilgrim districts where the living crawled beneath the dead to hide from the sky. Between the bell strokes came screaming, thin at first, then thunderous as the vox shrines of the bleeding choir caught the sound, multiplied it, and cast it across every frequency still functioning on the planet. But Sanctus Malvora was too vast to die from one wound. Its continents were fortress lines. Its oceans were Prometheum slicks and naval harbours. Its polar citadels were buried beneath ice and void shield domes. Its equatorial trench belts stretched across ash deserts and grave plains, held by Cadian pattern regiments, local hive legions, artillery cohorts, tank brigades, Munitorum labour armies, Medica columns, penal battalions, pilgrim militias, and priest-led mobs with rifles older than their grandfathers. Beneath them all lay the underhive vaults, sealed chambers of relics, gene-coded archives, saint bones, forbidden histories, and whatever fragment of Curz's legacy had lured the Axemaster here. Above the world, the void became a war of dying stars. The Imperial Navy counterattacked at last. They came from the outer mustering points in hard formation, battleships and cruisers advancing behind monitor squadrons and surviving defense platforms. Their prows bore the Aquila. Their hulls were scarred by centuries of service. Their gun decks filled with crews who had been whipped, blessed, drilled, and condemned into obedience. The lead battleship, his unbroken command, drove through fields of debris with its void shields blazing gold beneath lance impacts. Behind it came cruisers, escorts, orbital monitors, system defense ships, and attack craft wings streaming from launch bays in disciplined waves. They did not come to save Sanctus Malvora. Not truly. They came to make the traitors pay enough blood that the world's death would still have meaning in a ledger somewhere on Terra. The fleet of Asubus turned to receive them. The Throat of Midnight fired first. Its macro batteries spoke with continent-shaking force, each shell the size of a shrine tower, each one flung through the dark by engines that ate slave crews faster than ammunition. The first salvo struck an Imperial monitor and broke its spine. The vessel folded around the impacts, decks opening to the void, crewmen bursting out in clouds of frozen blood and parchment. Lance strikes answered from the Loyalist line. White spears of energy cut across the darkness and carved into a Night Lord's cruiser, shearing away gun galleries, armor plates, and entire decks where mortal slaves were still chained to loading rails. Void shields flared and failed. Plasma fires burned in vacuum. Torpedoes crossed between the fleets like hateful comets. Attack craft swarmed, Imperial interceptors dueling traitor fighters among the wreckage of shattered stations. Boarding torpedoes punched into hulls on both sides, and then the war became intimate inside vessels kilometers long. In the corridors of the Imperial cruiser Sanctified Resolve, Night Lords emerged from a breach still glowing from melter charges. They moved through decompression fog and emergency lumen flashes, bolters raised, chain blades hungry. Armsmen met them behind barricades of cargo crates and overturned shrine consoles. Shotguns roared. Hellguns flashed. The first Night Lord fell with half his helm blown open, and his killer lived long enough to smile before a lightning claw took his face and the front of his skull in one hooked pull. Deck by deck, the corridors became charnel tunnels. Crewmen died in ranks because there was nowhere else to stand. Servitors kept pushing ammunition carts through blood deep, enough to clog wheels. Priests walked behind naval ratings with sensors and shock mauls, chanting courage into men who were being turned into red paste by mass reactive shells. A Night Lord captain seized a ship's preacher by the throat, lifted him against a bulkhead, and voxed the man's strangled prayers through the entire cruiser before crushing his windpipe and feeding his body into a ventilation fan. In reply, Imperial breacher teams boarded the traitor frigate Pale Malice. They came with boarding shields, shot cannons, melters, and the kind of hatred that did not need ornament. They burned through decks of slave pens and found mortals chained to weapon stations, many of them begging not to be saved because they knew what would happen if they survived liberation. The Imperial armsmen shot them anyway and advanced. Deeper in the ship, the Night Lords turned the corridors against them. Lights died. Doors opened into flame. Vox traffic filled with the voices of dead wives, dead sons, dead commanders, though none of the boarders had spoken those names aloud. They held for nearly an hour before the corridor ceiling opened and raptors dropped into their formation like knives falling from heaven. The war in orbit fed the war below. Orbital debris began to fall through Sanctus Malvora's atmosphere. Defense platforms broken by lance fire came down in fragments, burning white through the clouds. Sections of cruiser hulls struck the oceans and sent tidal waves of burning promethium toward coastal hives. Torpedo wreckage hammered into manufacturing belts. A shattered macro cannon barrel, still glowing from battle, fell across a pilgrim city and crushed 6 basilicas into one long trench of powdered stone and mashed bodies. The planet answered with fire. The Guard fought because the Guard had no other purpose. The Cadian pattern regiments held in disciplined blocks, even when trenches became red drainage channels under artillery. Officers shouted through rebreathers clogged by ash. Sergeants kicked men back to firing steps. Heavy weapon teams changed barrels with hands burned raw. Basilisk crews fired until recoil systems failed and gun carriages split. Lehman Russ squadrons advanced through black rain, hulls rattling, battle cannons barking into the smoke. Some crews died without ever seeing an enemy, killed by falling debris, poisoned air, or false orders that drove them into their own minefields. Axibus's mortal generals answered with bodies. Malkarian Voss stood inside the command cathedral of a captured mobile fortress, surrounded by hololithic casualty streams and screaming Vox servitors. His skull helm reflected fields of red data. Before him, the skin-tithe legions moved as blocky icons across the plains. "Advance them," he said. A mortal staff officer hesitated. "Lord, the first wave has already been reduced beyond functional strength." Malkarian turned slowly. "Functional strength?" The officer swallowed. "They have lost cohesion. They are not there to cohere. They are there to die visibly." The next wave went forward. Millions of slave infantry rose from staging trenches and marched toward the Loyalist defensive triangle, forming around the Underhive vault approaches. Explosive collars blinked beneath their helmets. Some carried rifles. Some carried ammunition crates. Some carried nothing but rusted blades and fear. Behind them came cult mobs of the 8th Maw, shrieking through iron masks, banners of stitched skin snapping above them in the hot wind. Forge-tainted artillery fired over their heads, shells screaming across the sky before bursting among Loyalist lines, traitor lines, refugee columns, and anything else unlucky enough to stand where mathematics met contempt. The slaves died in mountains. Lass fire cut them down in rows. Heavy bolters pulped them into sprays that painted the forward trenches red. Mines lifted entire companies into the air as clouds of meat and soil. Plasma blasts turned men into ash shadows on the ground. The wounded were trampled by those behind them, then ground deeper by the tracks of corrupted rhinos and stolen chimeras. Their deaths hid movement. Beneath the smoke, blood mist and panic, Night Lord's infiltration claws crawled through drainage culverts, corpse canals, promethium tunnels, and shattered pilgrim catacombs toward the vault perimeter. Millions died to buy minutes. Minutes were enough. Terror became operational art. Over the mustering fields of Hive Canticum, captured cargo lifters opened their bellies and released corpse rain. Thousands of bodies fell from the clouds, officers, priests, medici staff, vox adepts, and pilgrims taken from lesser districts. Some were already dead, some were not. They struck parade grounds, armor columns, artillery parks, and shrine plazas in wet impacts that shattered bone and sprayed gore across helmets, guns, and ration lines. The living among them had vox beads stitched into their throats. As they died, their screams transmitted on regimental command frequencies. Captured officers were sent back to their own lines, walking stiffly under remote nerve control, uniforms cleaned, faces pale, eyes wide with horror. The first company to receive them cheered, thinking command had survived. Then the bombs sewn inside the men detonated. One colonel took a full command bunker with him, his rib cage wired around a compact melter charge. Another reached his regiment's banner before exploding into shrapnel, bone, medals, and sacred cloth. False retreat orders spread in the voices of dead commanders. Some units obeyed and abandoned bastions at the exact moment Night Lords arrived beneath them. Others refused and were shelled by their own artillery after corrupted vox nets named them traitors. Commissars executed men for retreating, then received orders praising the retreat as sanctioned withdrawal. Entire battalions collapsed, not because they lacked courage, but because courage could not tell them which voice belonged to command and which belonged to the dead. Still, the loyalist resistance hardened. Around the Underhive Vault, 3 forces formed a defensive triangle of iron, flesh, and oath. The remnants of the sable swords held the northern approach, fewer now, scorched and bloodied, but unbroken. Captain Acasta Ven had vanished into enemy hands beneath the cathedral, yet his brothers fought as though his absence were another order to obey. Veteran sergeants replaced fallen officers without ceremony. Kill teams moved through the rubble with Auspex discipline, flamers cleansing blind corners, bolters firing in controlled pairs. They did not answer the enemy vox. They did not chase taunts. They killed what entered their range and withdrew only when the geometry demanded it. To the east, Skitari maniples and surviving tech priests anchored the forge causeways. Their noosphere had been wounded by demon scrap code, but not slain. They fought inside layers of machine prayer, countercode, and calculated sacrifice. Rangers picked targets through storms of ash. Vanguard cohorts advanced into contaminated zones that would have killed unaugmented men in minutes. Iron Striders stalked through shattered avenues. Servitors hauled rad mortars into place while chanting weapon blessings through vox grills. Tech priests sealed gates by welding themselves into control shrines, their mechadendrites twitching long after their flesh components died. To the south and west, guard remnants dug into the grave roads. Cadian pattern infantry, local hive legions, tank crews without tanks, artillerymen without guns, penal survivors, and stormtroopers gathered behind whatever could stop a shell. They were hungry, deafened, burned, and half-mad from false vox traffic, but they had learned. Orders were now carried by runners with kill phrases tattooed on their foreheads. Commissars no longer shot every deserter. Ammunition was too valuable, and some deserters could still be turned around with a boot and a curse. Priests led prayers in whispers because loud faith attracted Night Lords. This triangle guarded the path to the Underhive Vault. Asubus watched it form and approved. A weak enemy wasted terror. A strong enemy gave it shape. His own warband began to fracture around the edges as victory grew close enough to smell. Spoils were counted before they were taken. Prisoners were claimed by claws that had not captured them. Raptor packs fought over tower roosts. Mortal generals falsified casualty reports to preserve private armies. Warpsmiths marked intact loyalist armor for seizure and murdered each other's thralls in the forge queues. The Bleeding Choir demanded more astropaths. The Eighth Maw demanded the right to sack the inner basilicas. The Skin Tithe overseers demanded replacement slaves, as if the planet were not already carpeted with them. Asubus allowed much of it. Small betrayals sharpened the warband. A captain who could not defend his spoils did not deserve them. A mortal general too stupid to conceal theft deserved exposure. A raptor lord who killed a rival for a better perch saved Akabus the effort of judging which had been weaker. The Night Lords were not ultramarines. They did not become stronger through order for its own sake. They became stronger when fear, envy, and ambition were forced to face consequence. But there were limits. 2 claws turned their bolters on one another inside an ammunition lift, while sable swords killed teams advanced 3 levels below. Asubus heard of it before the smoke cleared. He descended into the lift chamber personally. The survivors, still spattered in brothers' blood, tried to explain claims, insults, old grievances, rightful shares. He killed every one of them, not quickly. Their bodies were hung from the lift cables, armor split open, gene seed taken if salvageable, names removed from the rolls. The lift resumed service beneath them, carrying ammunition crates up and down, while their corpses swung and dripped onto the shells. That was acceptable discipline. Vorkel did not think so. He came to Akabus beneath the broken dome of the cathedral's secondary nave, where the demon prince stood amid maps projected through incense smoke and drifting ash. Outside, titans dueled beneath black rain. One loyalist god machine strode through the ruins of a manufacturum district, volcano cannon firing into the haze, its void shields flaring as traitor artillery hammered it from 3 sides. A corrupted engine answered from the far ridge, its war horn sounding like the throat of a dying city. Between their steps, whole regiments vanished under collapsing buildings and plasma wash. Vorkel removed his helm. The brand burned into his skull by Akabus's axe had not healed cleanly. It pulsed faintly beneath scar tissue, a mark of punishment and ownership. His face was gaunt, hard, and furious. "You have abandoned the lesson," he said. Akabus did not turn. Speak carefully enough to survive completing the thought. Kurz taught fear as judgment. You use it as indulgence. Several Night Lords nearby stilled. They were wise enough to say nothing, but not wise enough to leave. Vorkel continued. You let claws murder claws for scraps. You drown worlds in bodies and call it art. You have become a demon tyrant wearing our father's shadow. Asubus looked at him then. The nave seemed to shrink. You believe this is courage? I believe someone must remember what we were. What we were died. What we are kills. What we are disgusts the dead. Akabus smiled, and the old mouth scars twisted beneath demon flesh. Then let us ask them. He gestured toward the southern approach on the hololith. The strongest point of the Loyalist defensive triangle burned there in blue and white runes. Guard artillery, Skitari hardpoints, sable sword support, overlapping fields of fire, mine belts, kill corridors, and anti-armor emplacements. A frontal assault there was wasteful, obvious, murderous. Vorkel saw it. Akabus knew that he saw it. You will command the next assault, the Aximaster said. The watching captains understood. a death sentence, dressed in Honor's skin. Vorkel replaced his helm slowly. "By your will." "No," Asubus said. "By your accusation." Vorkel did not die. That was what made him interesting. He took command of the frontal assault and turned punishment into opportunity with the kind of brilliance that reminded Asubus why he had not killed him the first time. He sent slave infantry forward in ragged waves, as expected, but seeded them with smoke crucibles, signal jammers, and corpses packed with chaff charges. When the loyalists opened fire, the bodies burst into clouds of metallic dust that blinded augurs and targeting spirits. He drove corrupted rhinos forward empty, letting them burn as cover. He sent cult mobs screaming into the left mine belt, then used the detonations to map the safe lanes. He ordered raptors to feign a descent over the central bastion, drawing sable swords anti-air fire upward, while Night Lords crawled through sewer arteries beneath the right flank. The assault should have failed. Instead, it tore a wound in the triangle. Vorkel reached the first vault gate covered in blood that was not his own. Armor cracked, one eye lens dead, bolter empty. He killed the gate commander with a knife through the throat seal and held the position long enough for Terminators to teleport into the breach. Asubus watched from afar and laughed once. Not mercy, never mercy, amusement. Around them, Sanctus Malvora became hell-made geography. Oceans burned where Prometheum's slicks caught fire from falling lance debris, waves rolling aflame beneath black rain. Manufactoria vomited corpse smoke from chimneys clogged with human fat and ash. Shrine avenues were paved with teeth, glass, spent shell casings, and fragments of icons trampled into mud. Pilgrim statues wore skins thrown over them by laughing Night Lords. Titans dueled until one fell across an entire district, its reactor breach turning the neighborhood into a white crater filled with shadows burned onto stone. Orbital wreckage fell like divine punishment, crushing basilicas, trench lines, hospitals, barracks, and slave mobs without preference. At last, beneath the shattered southern approach, the underhive vault opened. It did not open with thunder. It opened with a sigh, as if the world had been holding one final breath. Asubus descended through the broken gates, with the axe court around him. Vorkel stood bloodied at the threshold and said nothing. The sable swords fought still behind them. The Skitarii sealed corridors, even as they died. The guard line had collapsed into pockets of bayonet work and last prayers. None of it mattered in that moment. The vault chamber was cold, black, and older than the cathedral above it. At its center stood no crown, no corona nox, no shining proof. Only a sealed archive engine suspended in chains, its casing engraved with Nostraman script over imperial warding seals. The bleeding choir cracked it open with knives, codes, and the blood of 3 dying astropaths. The projection flickered to life. Conrad Kurz died again in corrupted light. The image stuttered, degraded, poisoned by time and theft, but unmistakable. The Night Haunter's final moments played in silence first, then with a scream of static that made mortal eyes burst in their sockets. Beneath the image came a prophecy, or a lie wearing prophecy's face. 3 heirs: Sahal, the keeper of the crown; Asubus, the king of fear; and one not yet born. The corona nox had never rested beneath Sanctus Malvora. Krieg Asubus knew it before the last echo of the archive's revelation faded from the underhive vault. He knew it from the taste of the lie in the air, from the way the Nostraman script bent around absence, from the shape of the prophecy as it crawled across the chamber in corpse-pale light. A true relic had weight. A true relic wounded the room around it. The crown of Kurza would have made the walls remember Tsagwalsa. It would have made the blood in his veins answer. It would have called to the part of him that had knelt in his father's cooling blood and sworn not loyalty, but possession. This was not the crown. This was bait, but bait could still be used to catch predators. The archive engine hung in chains at the center of the vault, its casing split open like a rib cage. Within it, black crystal memory banks pulsed behind layers of imperial warding seals and Nostraman murder script. The corrupted image of Conrad Kurz flickered in the chamber again and again, dying in fractured silence, then dying in shrieking static, then dying as a blur of shadow and pale flesh that made every Night Lord present stand too still. Sahal, the keeper of the crown. Acabus, the king of fear. One not yet born, a prophecy or a lie. It did not matter yet. It contained enough truth to wound the scattered sons of the 8th Legion, enough venom to stir old claims, enough of Kurz's death to make every warband lord, every exile, every Talonmaster loyalist, every Nostraman scavenger prince, every claw hiding in the dark between stars, look up and bare his teeth. Acabus stared at the image of his father's death until the vault seemed to shrink around him. Vorkel stood nearby, armor cracked from the assault, one shoulder guard missing, the brand on his skull hidden beneath his helm, but not forgotten. Garadon's Terminators held the gate. Nethrak's Raptors perched along the broken buttresses above, talons locked into stone, wings twitching. The bleeding choir worked around the archive with knives, copper wire, and strips of skin cut from living astropaths. Mortal scribes knelt in pools of coolant and blood, scratching every fragment of the prophecy onto parchment made from flayed officers. Acabus lowered his axe. "We take it," he said. A warning rune flashed across the vault's outer hololith. Then another. Then the underhive began to shake. The sable swords had come for his head. They came through the dark below the world, not with the mass of armies or the thunder of tanks, but as the blade hidden inside a corpse's sleeve. Their final strike forced its way into the underhive through maintenance arteries, collapsed reliquary shafts, sewer catacombs, abandoned manufactoria, and corpse-rendering tunnels clogged with the dead of the hive. They had no fleet left to save the world. Their command structure was broken. Their captain had been taken. Their orbital support burned above them in pieces. The guard lines were contracting into pockets of last resistance. The Mechanicus still fought, but their noosphere bled scrap code and prayers in equal measure. So the Sable Swords did what loyalist Space Marines did when defeat had become certain. They turned defeat into a weapon. Their objective was not survival. It was denial. Kill Acabus if the Emperor allowed it. Destroy the archive if he did not. The first warning came from a raptor in the western corpse mills. His scream lasted less than a second. The Vox clicked open, vomited static, and carried the sound of disciplined bolter fire in the dark. Then silence. Garadon turned his tusked helm toward the tunnel mouth. "Loyalists!" Acabus did not look away from the archive. At last, something with purpose. The underhive swallowed the war. It was not a battlefield built for banners, charges, or grand defiance. It was a world beneath the world, a maze of industrial guts where Sanctus Malvora had digested its dead for centuries. Corpse-rendering plants filled entire districts below the Cardinal Hive, their conveyor chains still moving, dragging bodies through saw gates, bone grinders, fat presses, and nutrient vats. Sump rivers flowed black and green through channels cut in cracked ferrocrete, carrying chemical waste, blood, ash, and pale things that had learned to live without light. Bone mills turned slowly in the dark, grinding the nameless dead into powder for corpse starch and manufacturum glue. Abandoned factorums stood like drowned cathedrals, their cranes motionless above rusted assembly lines, their machine spirits mad from neglect and fear. There were miles of darkness where even night lords moved carefully. Their helm lenses painted the tunnels in red, green, and corpse white. Their autosenses tasted heat, breath, gun oil, fear sweat, and old death. They hunted by auspex ping, by scent, by tremor through the floor, by the tiny animal hesitation of mortals hiding behind pipes and broken machinery. They found guard survivors curled beneath workbenches, munitorum clerks with empty pistols, tech thralls whispering binary prayers until chain blades ended them, and priests who tried to banish midnight with trembling icons. But the sable swords were not prey that trembled. They struck from cross tunnels with perfect timing. Flamers washed over the leading night lords and turned flayed trophies to black rags. Plasma fire punched through corrupted plate. Crack grenades blew out support columns and collapsed galleries onto pursuing claws. Bolters fired in pairs, controlled and hateful, every shot placed for joints, lenses, exposed cabling, damaged armor. Where the Night Lords hunted by fear, the Loyalists advanced by discipline. The first clash in the corpse mills became a slaughter too tight for grandeur. A Night Lord claw rounded a conveyor line and walked into overlapping fire. 3 died before their bolters rose. The 4th dragged a wounded brother behind a vat and laughed as he primed a grenade with his teeth. The explosion took him, the Loyalist nearest him, and a rain of half-rendered human remains that slapped wetly across the walls. A sable-sword sergeant stepped through the gore without pause, chainsword roaring, and cut down another traitor from collar to hip. A raptor dropped from the gantries above and took the sergeant's backpack in both claws, trying to wrench him upward. The sergeant mag locked his boots to the deck and fired his bolt pistol back over his shoulder until the raptor's helm burst and the corpse fell across him in a twitching heap. The underhive filled with muzzle flashes, screaming metal, and the stink of opened bodies. Asubus moved toward the fighting with the Archive's core chained behind him, dragged by slave servitors whose minds had been burned out by proximity to the prophecy. Each servitor bore a section of the memory engine on its back, their spines bent under the weight. Their feet left bloody crescents on the floor. The bleeding choir followed, whispering countercodes and carrying the dying astropaths needed to transmit the fragment when the moment came. Vorkel walked behind the Archive, too close. Atchibus heard the shape of his ambition before the warrior acted. It had a rhythm, a tightened breath, a shift in boot pressure, the silence of a hand moving near a blade. He allowed it to continue. The western tunnels exploded inward as the sable swords reached the vault convoy. They came through smoke and bone dust, fewer than they had been, but each one a weapon still worthy of hatred. Their armor was scarred, scorched, and patched with emergency sealant. Oath papers burned on their pauldrons. One carried a melter gun with its casing cracked open and heat warnings flashing across the side. Another dragged a wounded leg, but still fired from the hip with disciplined bursts. A chaplain's crozius hung broken from a dead marine's belt, taken up as a relic by the brother beside him. At their centre came Captain Acasta Ven. Acabus had left him alive beneath the altar to watch the cathedral fall. The Loyalists had recovered what remained of him from the ruins. They had rebuilt him enough to die again. Emergency bionics locked his broken sword arm into motion, crude and powerful. armor plating cut away and replaced with exposed pistons and cable bundles. Pain suppressor tubes ran through his neck seals. Oath seals covered the cracks in his breastplate and hung from his pauldrons in scorched strips. One side of his helm was caved in and patched with bare ceramite, the lens burning a colder blue than the other. His power sword was gone. In his working hand, he carried a heavy blade taken from the cathedral guard, its edge field unstable, sparking with each step. A combi bolter rested mag-locked to his wrist, feeding from an exposed ammunition line. He was ruined. He was still standing. Akabus felt something like admiration and hated it. "Captain Ven," the demon prince said. The sable sword halted at the far end of the tunnel, boots planted in corpse slurry and broken bone meal. Around him, his brothers moved into firing positions without needing orders. "Traitor," Ven said. His voice was rough, flattened by pain suppressors and damaged vox. "Archive, destroy it." His warriors opened fire. The tunnel became a storm. Bolts detonated against Asabus's armor and around the servitors dragging the archive. Garadon's terminators pushed forward, combi bolters thundering, bodies rocking beneath impacts. The bleeding choir scattered into side alcoves, dragging astropaths by their chains. Raptors dropped from overhead pipes, only to be met by disciplined flamer bursts that turned two of them into burning silhouettes before they struck the ground. A melter beam carved across the archive's outer casing and boiled one of the servitors into a spray of cooked flesh and machine oil. Asabus moved then, crossing the tunnel with a force that cracked the floor beneath him. His axe swept outward. A sable sword ducked beneath the killing edge and lost his backpack instead of his torso. The weapon struck the wall behind him and blew a crater through ferrocrete, exposing old bones packed into the structure. Ven came in low. He was slower than before, but there was nothing uncertain in him. His heavy blade cut across Asabus's thigh, sparks and black blood leaping from the wound. The combi bolter on his wrist fired into the demon prince's ribs, the shells detonating against damaged plate. Asabus struck back with the haft of the axe and sent Ven skidding across the tunnel floor, but the captain rolled, rose, and came again. "You cannot win," Asabus said. "I know." That answer gave the Axemaster pause. Ven attacked again. Their duel moved through a corpse-rendering chamber where hooks hung from ceiling rails and the floor was slick with grease, blood, and ground bone. Around them, Night Lords and sable swords murdered one another in close quarters. A loyalist with a plasma gun fired into a Hellbrute sarcophagus until both exploded, painting the chamber with molten plate and the ancient warrior's vaporized remains. A Night Lord champion drove lightning claws through a sable sword's chest and died when the loyalist locked both arms around him and detonated his last crack charge. Mortal slave servitors walked through the firefight because their commands did not include fear and were pulped by stray bolter rounds. Akabus seized Ven by the throat and lifted him. The captain's boots kicked once, then steadied. His combi bolter fired into Asabus's face at point-blank range. The first shell burst against horn. The second blew away a strip of cheek. The third detonated near the old mouth ring scars and filled the air with black blood. Asabus did not kill him. Not yet. Instead, he turned Ven's helm toward a hololithic feed opening above the archive core. The bleeding choir obeyed without being told. Images unfolded in the smoky air. Regiments breaking across the grave roads. Men throwing down rifles only to be crushed beneath retreating tanks. Imperial ships burning in orbit, their decks open to space, crews spilling out in glittering clouds. Saint statues wearing the skins of confessors, the faces stretched over marble with nails through the eyes, sable swords dead in the underhive, laid out by night lords in mock honor, their gene seed caskets arranged around them like offerings, loyalist survivors in medici pits begging for death, while priests tried to keep them praying through missing jaws. Axibus brought Ven closer to the images. "This is your world," he said. "This is oath. This is discipline. This is faith," when the axe has finished asking questions. Ven's breath rasped through his damaged grill. "Look at them. Tell me where courage has carried them." The captain's remaining lens burned steadily. "To you," Ven said. Axibus stared. Ven continued, each word dragged through pain. "It carried them to you. It made you spend fleets, armies, time, rage. It made you bleed for a lie in a basement." The chamber seemed to grow colder. "You think this is defiance?" Axibus whispered. "No," Ven said. "It is contempt." There it was. Not fear, not despair, not the collapse of hope. Contempt. Axibus had broken fortresses, fleets, warbands, worlds and souls. He had made populations scream themselves into obedience. He had turned fear into a kingdom and built it so high that even demons applauded. Yet this maimed loyalist, this half-rebuilt corpse in cracked armor, denied him the one tribute that mattered. The axe rose. Ven did not flinch. Axibus killed him personally. The blade descended from shoulder to hip, through helm rim, gorget, breastplate, primary heart, lungs, spine, bionics, oath seals, and the stubborn meat beneath. It split the captain open in one vast diagonal wound that burst red across the chamber. The power field detonated the armor around the cut. Bone fragments rang against the floor. The unstable blade in Ven's hand fell still. His body remained upright for a heartbeat, divided by the decision of the axe. Then Captain Acasta Ven came apart. Axibus stood over the remains, breathing hard. "Preserve him," he said. A Night Lord nearby tilted his helm. "As a trophy?" "As proof," Axibus said, voice layered with hatred and something uglier. "Courage is only another meat to butcher." Behind him, Vorkel made his move. The branded captain struck not at Axibus, but at the archive. Efficient, correct, dangerous. He killed one of the bleeding choir with a bolt round through the skull, severed the chain on the nearest memory core, and caught the falling casing with one gauntlet. His own claw rallied around him in an instant, weapons turning on the surrounding Night Lords. "The Axe Master has failed Kurz," Vorkel voxed across the chamber. "He chased a crown and found a lie. He bleeds for bait. He has made us servants to demon vanity." Several helms turned. That was the danger, not the theft, the words. Axibus crossed the chamber through bolter fire and smoke. Vorkel fired twice. The rounds burst against Axibus's chest and did nothing worth remembering. He drew his chain blade. Axibus caught the weapon in one hand, let the teeth chew into his palm, and crushed the engine housing until it died with a shriek. Vorkel tried to strike with a knife. Axibus tore off his helm. The branded skull beneath was pale, scarred, and furious. Axibus seized him by the throat and lifted him high enough for every warrior in the chamber to see. "You are not wrong," Axibus said. Vorkel's eyes narrowed despite the pressure crushing his windpipe. "I did chase bait. I did bleed for a lie. I did let this world believe its vault mattered." Axibus brought the axe close, the blade glowing demon hot. "But you mistake failure for weakness. Failure is a hook. Weakness is being caught without teeth." He pressed the burning axe edge to Vorkel's skull. The chamber filled with the stink of cooking flesh and bone. Vorkel screamed then. Not long, not enough to shame him, but enough. The old brand was burned deeper, widened. reshaped into a jagged crown of pain across his scalp and brow. Axibus did not let him pass out. The warp in the axe saw to that. When it was done, Axibus dropped him. Vorkel hit the floor on hands and knees, smoke rising from his skull. "Kill me," he rasped. "No." The word made the watching Night Lords more afraid than execution would have. Axibus leaned over him. "You will command the vanguard." Vorkel looked up, hatred bright in his eyes. "You will win worlds in my name. You will break gates for me. You will carry my terror at the front of every war until your hatred becomes another chain. When brothers ask why you still live, they will know I found death too generous for you." Vorkel said nothing. That was the first useful thing he had done since speaking. The last sable swords died around the archive, taking more Night Lords with them than any mortal force could have hoped. Their bodies were marked for gene seed theft, trophy division, and mockery, but none of the Night Lords present called them weak. The underhive chamber steamed with blood, coolant, smoke, and the hot stink of spent ammunition. The archive core remained intact enough. Enough was all Axibus required. He ordered the bleeding choir to begin transmission. The surviving astropaths were chained to the archive fragments, their minds opened with hooks, chemicals, and whispered Nostraman phrases that had once been prayers to nothing but night. Vox savants tuned encrypted channels older than most imperial dynasties. Hidden frequencies, dead legion routes, pirate relays, corrupted astropathic echoes, and blood-coded transmissions spread outward from Sanctus Malvora through the warp. Axibus did not send a call for unity. Unity was a lie for frightened empires. He sent Kurz's death. He sent the prophecy. He sent Sahal's name like a knife. He sent his own like a wound. He sent the unknown air like poison poured into sleeping mouths. Across encrypted Nostraman channels, into the dark between warbands, claws, exiles, and murder fleets, Krieg Axibus released the fragment not to gather brothers in peace, but to summon every rival heir, every claimant, every jealous son of the Night Haunter into a future war of succession. The Kingdom of Fear needed witnesses. It also needed challengers to feed it. Sanctus Malvora was not conquered. Conquest implied possession. Possession implied structure, governance, law, the ugly patience of rulers who wished a world to continue existing beneath a different banner. Sanctus Malvora had not been given that mercy. It had been opened, hollowed, burned, and taught the final lesson of the 8th Legion in a tongue made from artillery, screaming vox, falling cathedrals, and the wet collapse of mortal certainty. The hive still stood in places, but only as corpses stood when pinned upright by spears. Hive Ramiel burned from its underways to its spires. The internal transit shafts turned into chimneys vomiting heat and ash into a sky already poisoned by orbital wreckage. Hive Canticum had lost its western third when the broken carcass of an imperial monitor fell through the atmosphere and struck its manufactorum crown. The impact had driven whole districts into the earth, turning millions into a red mineral paste beneath strata of ferrocrete, glass, and sanctified brass. The pilgrim city of Odranth had drowned in burning promethium when the coastal oceans ignited, its basilicas now rising from fire-black surf like the ribs of a god left to rot. The cathedrals were desecrated with purpose. Their statues wore the skins of confessors. Their altars were piled with spent bolter casings and severed hands. Reliquaries had been cracked open and emptied, not for reverence, but for inventory. Bones of saints were sorted into useful and useless. Useful bones became ritual tools, trophies, knife handles, armor charms, and ammunition for terror shrines. Useless bones were ground into the mortar used to repair Night Lord's landing pads. The bells of the Cardinal Fortress still rang when the wind moved them, though the prisoners once hooked into the chains had long since died. Their dried bodies remained suspended there, swinging slowly above the ruined nave, a choir with no breath left to spend. In orbit, the ring of Sanctus Malvora had become a glittering grave. Defense stations drifted broken-backed, their lance arrays cold, their command chapels vented to space. The remains of Imperial cruisers turned silently among the wrecks of traitor frigates and shattered pilgrim fleets. Bodies spun between them in clouds, some frozen in prayer postures, some locked in the shapes of men who had tried to hold their own intestines inside ruptured void suits. Salvage crews moved through the wreckage under Night Lord's guns, cutting loose weapon batteries, reactor cores, ammunition vaults, and surviving slaves. Those who found Loyalist survivors did not rescue them. They tagged them for different fates: slave, sacrifice, recruit stock, example. The sorting pits covered the plazas below the cathedral hive. The surviving population of Sanctus Malvora came through them in chains. Millions, then millions more. Men with ash-white faces and burned clothes. Children of conquered clans with shock collars around their throats. Priests stripped of vestments and made to carry the icons they had failed. Guardsmen with empty eyes. Pilgrims whose prayers had become hoarse animal noises. Hive workers with hands still black from manufacturum grease. Nobles dragged from vaults where they had hidden under gold leaf ceilings while their world died above them. The Night Lord sorted them with the same detached cruelty the administratum had once used to count tithe grain. Those fit for labour went to the ships. Those young enough for gene seed trials were taken by apothecaries and death priests, tagged, chained, and marched toward the black recruitment hulks waiting in the shadow of the throat of midnight. Those with useful skills were marked for the armories, plasma furnaces, macro decks, or engine shrines. The wounded who could still scream were given to the bleeding choir. The priests were divided between public execution, forced blasphemy, and bell work. Officers were preserved for later instruction. Cowards were not killed first. Cowards travelled better. Cowards spoke more convincingly when released. The dead were not wasted either. Arquebus ordered them arranged across the continents. In the ash wastes outside Hive Canticum, corpses were hammered into the ground on kilometres of iron poles, each pole angled toward the sky so that orbital picked capture would render the dead as a vast Nostraman rune visible from space. In the ruins of the pilgrim causeways, bodies were stacked into walls, spelling out the last false retreat orders sent by murdered commanders. Along the equatorial trench belts, the remains of commissars were chained upright, facing the lines they had failed to hold, jaws wired open, bolt pistols nailed to their own foreheads. Sanctus Malvora had become a message. Krieg Arquebus stood upon the highest ruin of the Cardinal Cathedral and watched his message take form. The wind pulled ash across his armour in grey streamers. His wings folded behind him, one still scarred from melter fire and anti-air shells. The membrane healed in jagged patterns of black flesh and darker metal. The axe rested in his hand, its blade dim now, though never silent. It growled softly whenever Loyalist blood dried too close to the edge. Beneath the broken rim of his helm, the old mouth ring scars were pale against demon flesh, older than the long war, older than his title, older than the empire of fear that now bowed uneasily below him. Around the cathedral's crown gathered his warband. The axe court stood nearest, each lord measuring the others with murder in his silence. Garadon's Terminators formed a wall of ancient plate and trophy racks. Nethrak and the Carrion Talons crouched across broken gargoyles, talons locked into stone, jump packs ticking with cooling heat. Vorkel stood before the vanguard companies, his helm removed by command, his freshly branded skull exposed to the poisoned wind. The mark burned across, his scalp in a jagged crown shape, not healed, not permitted to heal. He stared forward with hatred so pure that several mortal officers avoided looking at him. The bleeding choir knelt around chained psykers whose heads had been shaved, branded, and fitted with copper receiver spikes. The astropaths twitched in their restraints, eyes or sockets covered, mouths stretched wide by iron gags so that any prophecy escaping them would not be lost. Mortal generals stood in ranks below, their uniforms taken from 100 conquered worlds, collars blinking with obedience charges. Behind them waited raptor packs, cult colonels, slave overseers, warpsmiths, death priests, armory masters, and the leaders of mortal armies whose numbers were too great to fit within sight. Far below the ruin, demon engines moved through the avenues. Defilers picked over barricades like carrion insects. Hellbrutes screamed at the sky, restrained by rune chains and electro goads. Land raiders rolled through corpse drifts, their assault ramps closing on the remains of the dead. Predators turned their turrets toward districts not yet pacified. Helldrakes circled above the smoke, shrieking in triumph or hunger or both. Captured banners hung from the cathedral spires, the cardinal's sigil, regimental standards, forge moon war flags, naval pennants, sable swords heraldry taken from the dead, all of them inverted, all of them blackened, all of them beneath the lightning of the 8th Legion. Acabus looked down upon the host and knew its truth better than any of them. It was vast, but it was not whole. No host of Night Lords could be whole. The Legion had died with Curse and had begun dying before him. It had been built from fear, justice, resentment, cruelty, and the shadow of a father who had never wanted sons capable of peace. What remained were fragments sharpened by survival, claws that hated claws, captains who dreamed of betrayal, raptors who barely remembered speech, sorcerers who pretended they were not kneeling while they listened to warp things in the dark, mortal armies that obeyed because death stood behind them and damnation stood ahead. Axibus commanded numbers unmatched among the scattered sons of Curse, but numbers did not make a legion. His warband was strength and wound together, too large to ignore, too vicious to starve easily, too chaotic to trust. It could devour sectors and yet turn inward over a prisoner's scream, an armory claim, a relic rumor, a captain's pride. Only his personal horror bound it. Only the certainty that Asibus was worse than any enemy outside the fleet kept them facing outward. That was enough. For now, enough was empire. He stepped onto the broken lip of the cathedral crown, and the wind dragged his voice across the listening ruins. Vox shrines caught it, magnified it, fed it through brass mouths across the hive, the trenches, the docks, the orbital salvage crews, and the chained holds of his ships. Our father was not a failed ruler, Asibus said. The host listened. Even the demon engines seemed to quiet. He was not a martyr. He was not a misunderstood judge waiting for lesser minds to praise his sorrow. He was not the saint some of our brothers pretend to mourn, nor the madman our enemies pretend to understand. His talons tightened around the axe haft. Curse was proof. The word moved through the gathered Night Lords, like a blade drawn slowly from a sheath. He was proof that law is a mask worn by those too weak to admit why men obey. Proof that justice without terror is theatre. Proof that mankind does not kneel to truth, or reason, or light. It kneels when the dark has teeth. It obeys when it knows what waits beyond disobedience. It remembers pain longer than it remembers mercy. Below, a mortal priest began to weep. One of the skin-tithe overseers struck him across the mouth with a shock maul, but Asubus raised one claw. The overseer stopped. Asubus let the priest weep. Fear with witnesses was always useful. There are those among our blood who claim inheritance, he continued. Sahal seeks legitimacy. He clutches symbols and believes a crown can command murderers born from a dead world's night. Let him run with relics. Let him polish old titles until they shine bright enough to blind fools. A ripple passed through the Night Lords. Some hated Sahal. Some had once followed him. Some still wondered whether the Corona Nox carried a truth. Akubus had not seized. The Axemaster wanted that uncertainty alive. Dead questions rotted. Living questions drew knives. Talos sought meaning and memory, Akubus said. He looked backward and tried to hear a father's voice beneath 10,000 years of blood. He was a blade that remembered it had once been held by a hand. Such warriors are dangerous because memory can cut deeper than pride. Several older Night Lords lowered their helms by the smallest measure, not in reverence, but recognition. Decimus represents prophecy, Akubus said, a possible future, a shape not yet fully seen, the unborn storm, the answer whispered by blind things and cowards who need tomorrow to justify today. The chained psykers thrashed at the name. One bit through his gag and spat a mouthful of blood onto the stone. The bleeding choir pinned him down with hooks and murmured into his ears until he went still. Asubus smiled. And I. The silence became absolute. I represent what survives when symbols are stolen. Memories fail, and prophecy lies. Power, appetite, fear made empire. I do not ask the scattered sons of Kurz to love me. I do not ask them to believe. I do not ask them to kneel with clean hearts and obedient tongues. I ask only that they look upon what I build and know that the galaxy still remembers us. He turned slightly, looking over the burning world below. Sanctus Malvora remembered. The warband answered then, not as one voice, because unity was beyond them, but as a storm of sounds. Bolters hammered into the air. Raptors screamed. Mortal armies roared until throats split. Demon engines shrieked in machine hunger. The bleeding choir sent the bells ringing again, and the entire cathedral ruin shook beneath iron thunder. Orders followed. The world would be remade into a terror engine, not a kingdom of farms, laws, and taxes. Something more honest. Recruitment hulks would remain in orbit for the children taken from conquered clans, from underhive gangs, from prison vaults, from the strongest and cruelest stock left alive. Apothecaries would test them. Most would die. Some would become weapons. Those who survived implantation would learn Nostraman before Low Gothic, fear before prayer, and murder before brotherhood. The Manufactoria would be rebuilt, not restored. Their machine spirits would be chained, corrupted, beaten into service. Bolter shells, chain blade teeth, armor plates, promethium tanks, boarding claws, corpse starch, fear toxins, and Vox Shrine components would pour from their lines. The Forge Moon survivors would be bound to Demon scrap code and forced to arm the raiders who had broken them. The prisoners would fill the fleet. Macro gun crews, plasma furnace gangs, armory thralls, launch bay haulers, choir meat, sacrifices, navigational bloodstock, Every surviving breath owed itself to Asubus until he found a better use for it. The dead would remain visible from orbit, not buried, not burned, not forgotten, arranged. Every ship passing through Gethsemane would see what had been written across Sanctus Malvora's continents. Every fleeing pilgrim, every navy captain, every astropath tasting the psychic scar of the world would carry the same lesson into imperial space. Night had come. Night had teeth. Reports came as the sunless afternoon faded into a red dusk of ash and fire. The encrypted Nostroman transmission had spread. It had reached dead routes, pirate stations, drifting warships, hidden claws, listening posts in the eye, and murder fleets beyond imperial maps. Rival Night Lords had heard Kurz die again in corrupted light. They had heard the names: Sahal, Akabus, the one not yet born. Some were coming to kneel. Their messages arrived wrapped in flattery, tribute offers, slave counts, ammunition promises, and old legion oaths spat through clenched teeth. They would come because fear had taught them arithmetic, and Asubus had become the largest number. Some were coming to kill him. Those messages came with insults, challenges, denial, accusations of demon slavery, claims of truer inheritance, and promises to tear his horns from his skull. Akurbus listened to them with amusement. Hatred was honest. Hatred crossed the stars quickly. Some were coming for the truth of Kurz. Those sent no threats, no pledges, only silence, movement, and the old hunger of sons who had never stopped asking what their father had meant when he chose death. Asubus was pleased by all three. Fear that summoned enemies was still fear spreading. In the lower docks, refugee ships were prepared. Not many. Enough. Their hulls were scarred but functional. Their engines blessed with false mercy. Their holds packed with survivors, selected carefully by the bleeding choir and the death priests. Men who had seen the cathedral fall. Priests who had renounced nothing but could no longer pray without vomiting. Guardsmen who had survived corpse rain and false orders. Children with nightmares implanted behind their eyes. Officers whose wounds had been stitched around hidden Vox recorders. Pilgrims carrying icons filled with cult spores, scrap code reliquaries, and skin-thin memory crystals loaded with the sound of Sanctus Malvora dying. They believed they had escaped. That was necessary. A man who knows he has been released as a weapon may resist his purpose. A man who believes he has survived by miracle will spend the rest of his life infecting others with the shape of that miracle. The ships lifted from the burning world under Night Lord's guns that did not fire. They rose through ash clouds, past broken spires, past the corpse-ruined continents, past the wreckage of the orbital ring. They fled toward imperial space with recordings, nightmares, hidden cult seeds, and stories that would grow sharper every time they were told. Victory was not peace. Victory was infection. Acerbus watched the refugee ships vanish into the dark, then turned from the ruin of Sanctus Malvora. Behind him, his warband feasted, argued, butchered, repaired, plotted, and prepared to follow because none yet dared do otherwise. Ahead waited rival heirs, loyalist vengeance, imperial crusades, demon bargains, false prophecies, and the endless long war grinding stars into graves. The Axemaster lifted his axe. "One world has remembered," Krieg Asubus said. "Now teach the next billion souls."